Good afternoon, everyone. We welcome you to the 9th Annual General Meeting of IDFC First Bank Limited, conducted for the financial year 2022-23 through video conferencing facility. All possible efforts have been made by the bank to enable the members to participate and vote on the resolutions as set in the AGM notice dated July 29, 2023. As a reminder, for the smooth conduct of the meeting, the members will be on mute mode and audio and video will be enabled when they are called upon to speak at the AGM as per the pre-registration. I now hand over the proceedings to Mr. Satish Gaikwad, Head of Legal and Company Secretary of IDFC First Bank. Over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Swapnil. Good afternoon, dear shareholders. I, Satish Gaikwad, Head Legal and Company Secretary of IDFC First Bank, welcome you all at the annual general meeting of the bank for FY 22-23. I, on behalf of the board members and management, hope and wish for the safety and good health of all the members and their families. Pursuant to the provisions of the Companies Act and other relevant circulars issued by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and Securities and Exchange Board of India, this annual general meeting is being held through video conferencing means. Please note that the live streaming of this AGM is being webcasted on NSDL's website. The registers, necessary certificates from the auditors, and all relevant documents referred to in the notice of AGM are available for inspection at the request of members. In terms of the provisions of the Companies Act and SEBI listing regulations, the bank has facilitated the options of voting through electronic means on all the businesses as mentioned in the notice dated July 29, 2023 by way of remote e-voting, which was open from 9 a.m. of August 28, 2023 till 5 p.m. of August 30, 2023. The members who have not voted through remote e-voting can cast their vote during the course of this meeting and 30 minutes thereafter by way of e-voting available on NSDL platform. The process for e-voting is already provided in the AGM notice. Please note that members who have already voted earlier through a remote e-voting will not be able to vote again at the AGM. Participation of members through video conferencing means is being reckoned for the purpose of quorum. The requisite quorum is being present for this meeting. Since there is no physical attendance of the members, the requirement of appointing proxy is not applicable. The notice convening this annual general meeting and a copy of bank's annual report for the financial year ended 31st March 2023 has already been circulated to members of the bank electronically, whose email IDs are available with the depositories and registrar. The same is also available on website of the bank and stock exchanges, i.e. BSE Limited and National Stock Exchange of India Limited. Hence, with the permission of the members, I take the AGM notice as read. I am pleased to announce that both the statutory auditors and secretarial auditors have given unqualified report. Accordingly, with the permission of members, I take the audit reports as read. I would like to inform that the representatives of MSKA Associates, Chartered Accountants, and Kalyaniwala and Mistry LLP, Chartered Accountants, Joint Statutory Auditors of the bank, and Messrs. Makaran M. Joshi and Company Practicing Company Secretaries, Secretarial Auditor, are also attending this meeting through video conferencing. May I now request Chairman for the meeting, Mr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, to continue the AGM proceedings. Chairman.
Thank you, Satish. I thank all of you esteemed members, my distinguished colleagues on the board, our auditors, and the management team for joining this meeting. I'd like to take this moment to introduce you with our board of directors who are participating in this meeting through video conferencing mode. Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the bank. Mr. Ashish Kamath, Independent Director and Chairman of the Audit Committee of the bank. Mr. S. Ganesh Kumar, Independent Director and Chairman of the Risk Management Committee of the bank. Mr. Praveer Vora, Independent Director and Chairman of the IT Strategy Committee and the Fraud Monitoring Committee of the bank. Dr. Mrs. Brinda Jagirdar, Independent Director, Chairperson of the Stakeholders Relationship, ESG and Customer Service Committee of the bank. Mr. Hemang Raja, Independent Director and Chairman of the Nomination and Remuneration Committee, Credit Committee, and Capital Raise and Corporate Restructuring Committee of the bank. Dr. Jaimini Bhagwati, non-executive, non-independent director of the bank, and Mr. Vishal Mahadevia, non-executive, non-independent director of the bank. I welcome very warmly Mr. Madhivanan Balakrishnan on the board of the bank, who has been appointed as the executive director and chief operating officer of the bank. I wish to inform you that the Reserve Bank of India has already accorded its approval, and the said proposal for appointment is placed before the shareholders of the bank at this annual general meeting. I also extend a warm welcome to Mr. Mahendra Shah, who has recently joined the board of IDFC First Bank as a non-executive, non-independent director, subject to approval of the shareholders of the bank. Mr. Mahendra Shah is currently the managing director of IDFC Limited. In accordance with applicable laws, we have notified the stock exchanges regarding Mr. Shah's appointment on the board of the bank. Allow me now to provide you with an overview of the bank's performance against the backdrop of recent events around the world and in India. Warm greetings to each and every one of you, dear shareholders. It is my distinct honor and privilege to be presenting before you today as chairman of IDFC First Bank with a heart brimming with pride and gratitude. As we gather today for the 9th AGM of the bank, this moment holds immense significance for us. It reflects on our collective journey, our shared accomplishments, and our resolute commitment towards sustainable growth and profitability. In a world characterized by unique changes, we are proud to be standing at the helm of a robust financial institution that has not only weathered the storm, but has emerged stronger and more resilient than before. The global economic landscape has been a complex mix of interconnected macroeconomic factors, ranging from international trade dynamics to the constantly evolving financial markets, from the disruptive force of technological innovations to the uncertainties of geopolitics. Let me take a moment to give you a panoramic view of the global economic outlook, a lens through which we can better understand the course of our shared future. Present-day forecasts indicate that global growth rate is poised to experience a decline this year with a subsequent gradual recovery to 3% next year. Despite these global uncertainties, India has emerged as a beacon of hope, a nation that has risen as a shining star in the realm of turbulent global economies. India's prowess has surpassed expectations and is evident by the robust financial year 23 real GDP growth of 7.2%, outpacing all emerging markets around the world. The pandemic-induced lockdowns have reshaped our lives as individuals and nations by redirecting our consumption patterns and thus promoting remarkable recovery in our country. Urban demand is the driving force for this amazing feat, bolstered by wage increases and the creation of formal sector employment. India's ascent to become the 5th largest economy globally marks the dawn of a new era. The financial sector's resilience in this country in the face of global adversities, along with robust fundamentals and its commitment to governance standards, positions all of us in the right place for astounding success. Turning our focus inward, I'm elated to share that we, as IDFC First Bank, have achieved remarkable milestones during the financial year 22-23. Our growth, especially in CASA deposits, has been very commendable. This achievement is complemented by our stellar asset quality, robust earnings growth, and strong return metrics. It makes me very proud to share with you that in this fiscal year, we achieved our highest ever profit after tax, amounting to an impressive 2,437 crores. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the heart of our bank lies beyond our numbers and financial success and metrics. We are driven by our culture and values. We foster an organization culture that is deep-rooted in transparency, honesty, and open communication. Our role as members of the board extend beyond stewardship. In a dynamic and swiftly evolving business landscape, our duty is centered on shaping the strategic trajectory of the bank while championing long-term success. Today's environment requires vigilant oversight on business strategy, operational risks, sustainability initiatives, talent attraction, and leadership development. We are deeply committed to our bank's culture by ensuring that we are actively engaged in the operations of the bank while offering our very diverse expertise to facilitate transparent and comprehensive discussions on vital matters impacting the bank's trajectory. ESG has become an integral part of the global and Indian business landscape, and our joint objective is to be leaders in this arena by intertwining innovative, sustainable practices with the highest governance standards. As members of the board, embracing the environmental, social, and governance considerations is a very important focus area for us. It is at the core of our commitment to sustainability. ESG is not just a trend, it's our responsibility as human beings and professionals to contribute positively to society while safeguarding the interests of our stakeholders. As the board, we pledge to integrate ESG considerations into our daily operations, creating value not only for the bank, but also for the environment and society in which we live. Risk management continues to remain our paramount objective. Our robust risk management and management framework empowers us and gives us the agility to navigate today's ever-changing business terrain. By proactively identifying, measuring, and mitigating risks across all operational facets, we strike a judicious balance between risk and reward, ultimately benefiting all stakeholders. In our pursuit of excellence, our bank's management, led by our Managing Director and CEO, Mr. Vaidyanathan, has placed a strong emphasis on building a vibrant organization culture that resolutely overcomes hurdles and nurtures growth. Our commitment to ethics and culture has steered us through challenges, transforming adversities into opportunities, and shaping us into a larger, stronger institution. The ongoing amalgamation of IDFC Limited and IDFC First Bank stands as a significant milestone, fostering diversified shareholding while fortifying our position even further. As I conclude, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to each one of you, our valued shareholders. Your trust, belief, and constant support have propelled us forward, helping us reach new heights this past year. Together, we are looking forward to forging a future where financial prosperity and social progress walk hand in hand, creating a legacy of sustainable growth. Thank you for your constant trust and belief in IDFC First Bank. I would now like to invite Mr. Vaidyanathan, Managing Director and CEO of IDFC First Bank, to give his views on the way ahead. Thank you. Mr. Vaidyanathan.
Sorry, sir, we are unable to hear you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's really my pleasure and privilege to be here with all of you today. It's been over a year since I met you, and the bank has made, I'd say, reasonably good progress, during this window. I'd like to actually start by thanking all our employees who really worked very hard over the last few years to bring the bank to the position of strength. And my very sincere thanks on this very occasion to share with it publicly how much we think of them and how much we can thank you. We can't thank you enough. Coming to the business context, I must say that businesses and everything is built in the context. And if you think of our context, I think the Indian economy, as all of us know, is really doing quite well. There are many reasons that we all know. There's massive digitization going on, which is actually taking credit to the bottom of the pyramid. There's massive formalization happening in the economy. The economy itself is growing quite well. Inflation is reasonably moderate, and we got a conservative regulator who's always looking at it all the time. From the regulation point of view, I think we have a sensitive regulator who's sensitive to the feelings of the people down the line, especially in COVID. We could see how quickly they came out with, bullets at the key issue of COVID, how to deal with that. Very conservative regulator looking at the overall scheme of things, also very innovative. So all that sets the context for the monetary policy and how the overall economy will shape up. From the government's point of view, we know that a lot of massive investments is happening in capex and all that, which is powering up the economy. Now, entrepreneurship is, of course, a very key drive of the Indian economy at this point of time, and to that extent, that's the overall context, and it's helping businesses and create jobs and all that. Now, our bank is in this larger framework of a growing economy and growing economy. I think the last 4 years 5 years have set up quite a stable institution. My predecessor, Mr. Rajiv Lal, Dr. Rajiv Lal, who ran this, who set up the IDFC institution and also got a banking license, which all of us are a beneficiary of today. We really are, all of us are very, very sincerely thankful, because that is the foundation and the basis of which this bank is being built today. And all of us in the board and all of you, I hope, equally thank him for what eventually got built. Now, on that foundation, so to say, of a domestic financial institution, infrastructure domestic financial institution, we got a bank license. We added on the capital first business, and together it's shaping up quite well. Actually, I must say that shaping up as well, at least certainly as well as we thought it would. Probably, we had a little more hiccups along the way, but I think in the end, it's all looking quite nice. Now, I have a quick presentation for you, and I'll try to make this for you and keep it as tight as possible. Then I'll come here. Just help me. Is it me? Okay, this presentation is titled Looking Ahead, because many people do ask us, where do we go from here? And for looking ahead, a little bit of past context also helpful. So these are the 4 things we're just going to quickly talk about today. As far as deposits are concerned, I just want to share with many of you often ask us, saying that, look, as all of you know, deposits have done really well for the last 3-4 years. But whenever we go to investor meetings, people tell us, really, can you sustain this story? This is how the growth has been on deposits for the last 2 years. So when you look at this, people say this is grown by, CAGR of 36%. The last year itself grew by 44%. The question often in investors' minds is, really, can you continue the story? And we put this context for you that end of the day today, this book for our bank is only 1.5 lakh crores. Indian system is close to 200 lakh crores. This is really, really, really big piece. And every year, even if a small portion of this comes here, it's good enough for us, 20-30%. And we are actually targeting to grow higher than that because of some reasons I'll tell you later. And then on top of it, this banking industry itself is growing anywhere between, say, 11 to 12% or maybe 13%. So if you take 10%, it's another 20 lakh crore getting added to the system every year. Now, we need only about, say, 50-60,000 crores. Now, it's not only, it's a big sum for the context of our bank, but still much small in the context of where we are. Now, why should we? Just because there's this argument, of course, holds for the whole system and anybody could grow, but why should we grow? This is very important. We are an institution. This is very important. We're an institution like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank. We are an institution. It's and it makes a very big difference. We are really crazy about this customer service point that we're making here. I hope many of your customers will probably endorse that. And if you have problems, of course, you can tell us during your time you get to speak. But at our end, I can tell you that we're really putting an effort on it. Few things upset me generally in life, but where I find across a customer write to me, or if I happen to see them, if I can't get across and sign that the customer says something dealt it badly or not insensitively, that really gets freaks us out. And then the way we think about it is that customer service is it's there in the product, the way we design the products. I'll give you examples later. It's there in the way the culture we treat the employees, kind of systems and technology and support we give our employees so that they can serve customers further. It's everything. But we are really, I can tell you, on all these buttons we are putting. I'm not claiming that we are the best in the world or anything like that, but we are really, I can say, among the top of the heap. And we are among the top, I'd say. And then we are still not satisfied. We're working very hard on this. We want to be defined for customer service, and we're making effort for that. Then customer propositions are really good. I'll talk about that later. Digital capabilities are strong. We are genuinely trying to build a bank in a way which is ethical. I'll give you a small example. This will give you a color. Now, when we control it. So when we started looking at our own propositions, for example, by the way, we were also one of these banks. And that's why we'll not name the banks here. But you see the way, suppose a bank is charging, say, cash deposit or withdrawal from the branch. Statements could look like, 4 transactions, whichever is higher, monthly, third-party transactions, 50,000 to cash, non-home, home, now 5 rupees, 1,000, etc. God knows, nobody can read these things. And we find that, listen, when we're taking ourselves, we told ourselves 3 pillars. We tell ourselves ethical banking as one of the key pillars. Second, we say digital, third is social good. But when it comes to ethical, we are by no means saying none of these are unethical, because the charges, bank incurs a cost, bank passes it cost to the customers. It's the way it is. And we don't make comments on that, generally speaking. But the point is that we at least try to make ourselves, take ourselves one step ahead, or one step higher, if not ahead. And then look at the transaction cash withdrawal, 5 per 1,000. I can't even read these long sentences here, about non-home, home, non-home, third-party cash transaction. Nobody can read these things. And for demand draft payout, duplicate statement charges, passbook, balance certificate, inter-certificate, ECS, stop payment charges, international ATMs, decline. You go and withdraw cash from ATM, there's some decline, there's some charges for that, standing instruction charges, manager charges, photo station charges, signature charges, the whole list goes on and on. So ATM transaction, etc. So we just knocked it off one shot. And I'm back to the screen. Yeah. So I hope you can see Satish again. Satish, can you? Yeah. Okay. So the point I'm trying to tell you is that we really made an effort to build a bank that is super clean at the core, and it costs money. I'm not even claiming to you at this point of time that all of these are straightaway giving us benefits in growth of deposits, because frankly, a couple of years ago we had these charges and deposits still going well, and it's still going well. So it's not very clear that because we did this, we're going to get some extra deposits. Not so clear at this point of time. But I can tell you, we are building the bank for the long run, really long run. This is costing us good money in building this off. But customers, we are not a well-known brand, much as all of you shareholders may think. It's not like we're not really known in the league of the ICICIs and HDFCs. I've done some comment checks with people. We're not there. But the good thing is that being known is not the same thing as being, known for the right thing or so on. Not many people know us, but let me say, moderate people know us, but whoever knows us and touches our brand, they experience this thing that this bank doesn't, take your charges here and there. If it's your savings account, every penny is yours, we won't touch it, right? We do charge minimum balance charges because that's necessary, we feel, for us to be able to serve the customers well and to maintain minimum balances. But other than that, we don't charge customers anything. So the point I'm trying to tell you is that we are maintaining these. So when we do these things, and then you can see how the deposit the bank is growing. We've grown by 44% last year. You should, as shareholders, I'd say you should expect this to grow in the times to come, and don't be surprised wake up 3-4 years from now to have this numbers to be like 2.5 lakh or 3 lakh crores. I can tell you it'll all happen surely. I think I feel very confident. We're one of the rare few banks I think that raised CASA very sharply. It's come down last year, and I'm requesting you not to bother about it. Money is just moving to fixed deposit, but like even 40, 45, 50 is pretty good. This is another very, very important thing from a risk management point of view the bank has done. I want to just share with you that the corporate or wholesale deposits in 4 years has only grown from 28,000 crores to 30, and that's not a big growth, corporate deposit. But look at how retail has grown, 10,000 crores to 1,14,000 crores. That's a massive, like 1 lakh crore of deposits we have grown on the retail side. It's really something. And I really want to thank our customers, because we really get an opportunity like this to thank them, but sincerely, the millions of them who have trusted us with their money, particularly when our chips were down in the initial years, who have supported us. We really want to very much thank you. And this is one really a massive growth. what is so particularly important about this is that it has customers do get used to the ID, the password, the relationship manager, if they have one, or the branch. That thing is so sticky that this is why we believe that this massive movement of the bank is a massive strategic moment that has happened to the bank. I want to move to assets. On the assets front, I want to just share with you that again, I'm just presenting the market because with the story of looking ahead. That's the theme of the presentation. Today, India's business in personal credit, small business credit, in this, for today's discussion, meaning small business credit, ticket size less than 10 crore. Okay. And then we say rural finance, etc. That is $1 trillion. If we just assume a moderate growth of 16% for 5 years, 15% for 5 years after that, 14% 5 years after that, and 13% 5 years after that. This story is looking like touching $15 trillion. I just want to leave the number with you so that you know the game we are playing here. It's really long, really massive. It's going to survive our lifetimes. That's really big. $1 trillion to $15 trillion are coming up in the next 20 years. And again, don't think of 20 years like eternal time. It's not. If you think of banks like ICICI Bank, they got set up in 2002. When the merger happened, it's just 21 years. See where they are. So these things can really happen, and this context is very important in this. I'm not even bringing corporate credit here, just the retail and small business, agriculture, all that. Now we think about this sheet now. Our bank. Our bank is now $15 billion today on these three pieces. Now, if we grow at a 20% CAGR for 20 years, we'll be 48. Will be 48 lakh crores. That's like $500 billion. Really, these things are possible. That's a 38x growth. If you were to grow at even 18% CAGR, you grow 27 times. If you grow at 15% CAGR, growth 16 times. 15% CAGR, come on. If you think of, again, I pick, banks like ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, an example. There are large banks with the balance sheet, the numbers like 10 lakh crore to HDFC, I think it's like more like 23 lakh crore today. It's still growing at 20%. Today, growing at 20%. So for us, being from the small base that they are, growing 20% of these numbers are really not big numbers. But you can see it can grow 38 times from here if you have the patience and build this bank for long. This is the key summary of the point that I want to make today. But the thing is that just because market opportunity exists, like I told in the deposit side, doesn't mean it will happen. But why should it happen for us? That takes us to the point about our own capability on this front. Basically, we believe that over the last many years, we have developed good tools, good techniques. Our credit quality has been fantastic. Like for 12 years, our gross NPS just been around 2%, net is 1% for a long period of time. So we have a good model, good intellectual property, which we believe we can continue to use the opportunity. I'll give you one international example so that you know where this game is headed. Look at US. Okay, and I've done this work even for US, UK, Australia, many other countries, but the story is similar. In the US, for example, the size of the mortgage market is $15 trillion, auto is $1.5 trillion, credit card is $1 trillion, and so on. So that's a $20 trillion market. GDP is 25 trillion, that's 80%. India is 19%. So eventually, as India develops, it has to go there. So this bit that we're talking about here, this will come true. So and then you got the numbers here for we got this number here for India. I want to move ahead quickly to say how we're constructing our bank in the context of that opportunity. The key thing that we are focusing upon is that everything we want to do, we want to be diversified. We just don't want to be dependent on one thing. An odd cycle can come for this business or that. One day an MFI business can have a cycle out of 5 or 6 years, something else can happen. This is a truly diversified bank. Infrastructure is 2%, mortgage is now 23%, we've got business banking 3%, KCC, Kisan credit card is 1%, commercial vehicle 2%, vehicle financing is 10, 13, 1%, 2%, 7%, gold loan just get started. Get the drift. Now, the main thing that we are disturbed about in infrastructure is not infrastructure as such, but the project financing. We as a bank are a little concerned by that, because in project financing, we are not in control of what's going on. If somebody says, I want to put up a cement plant or a steel plant, a power plant, you've got to pray to the gods to make sure that plant comes alive, and we are not in that business of praying to the gods. So we have to just do a business in a way where cash flow pays. So when you say cash flow pays, then we come to project financing. Cash flow pays means the project should be up and running. It should already be throwing cash. So this logic, by the way, holds for us, and this is very important. I'm explaining this to you, not just for project financing, even retail. The more if a customer says, hello, I want to set up a salon, give me some money, a small entrepreneur. Well, we appreciate small entrepreneurs. We really think they're fantastic. But then if they're supporting a salon, how do we know whether the salon will come up or not? How do we know they'll get customers or not? How do we know they'll make money? How do they pay us back? So unfortunately, at this stage of a life stage, we have not developed capabilities to doing project finance, even for small entrepreneurs. We finance small entrepreneurs cash, because we're already in business. I want to see the cash. We want to lend to cash. So this is a fundamental point to note for the bank, and this is one of the fundamental reasons why the bank's credit quality is holding up for 12, 13 years at a stretch. Now I want to just move quickly to the bit about what is special about our bank as to why we think we have the capabilities, we have a great model, we got NPA quality is good for long periods of time. Our NPA post-COVID also has come down to 1.5 and 0.52, and I told you about cash. Now, this is summary so that you could quickly note. We got a retail book is running at 1.5% gross NPA and 0.52 net NPA. And by the way, it's been like this for a really long time in the 2 and 1 handle. Corporate is not there. The only area we have a trouble is this, but this all of you know. If you only exclude infra, which we're very sure will go away, we're winding it down. Even today, a bank gross NPA is 1.71, net is 0.44. Let me just share with you at 1.7 and 0.44, like really is we stand tall among the list of banks in the country today. We just have to wait, and even you have to watch us to wind that 3,500 crores down, and then this is the smell you'll get about the bank. Now, this is very, very important what I'm showing you here, that it's not that our NPAs come down just in percentage basis because book is growing, because that's the other doubt sometimes people have, oh my God, NPA is low because book is growing. No. Our NPA in absolute terms is coming down, in dollar terms and rupee terms. You can see these numbers here, 2,900 crores down to 2,000 crores. Our net NPA is down all the way to 700 crores. So this is like really the dollar rupee term, and of course in percentage terms, if you go to PCR is looking at like 83 to 84%. So this story looking good. Now, so maybe last few slides very quickly is about asset quality. We track early indicators. This is super important. We don't want to get carried away by low NPA. We want to see the early indicators. Our early indicators, if you present 100 checks, how many of them are returning? I'm happy to tell you only 6.5 checks of the new bookings we do in month 1 of presentation, we call it the first EMI, is returning. And even out of 6.5, close to about 5.5-ish or so is for insufficient funds. The rest is for some technical reasons. It's really very low. And by the way, it used to be 10% for us earlier. So that shows that bank is incrementally writing better and better book. It also tells you one more thing, that if the bank continues to write a book like this for 3 years, 4 years, 5 years at a stretch, by the time it will be 25, 26 or 28, 29, this book will look like squeaky clean. It's always pretty good, but I'm just telling you it will look good because incrementally there's the quality coming in. But that's not the only thing. Look at the collection percentage. This is a number of 99.5% collection in the early bucket, current bucket. Now think about it. It's not just like a fluke that's happening now because the cycle is good. Sometimes people say, oh my God, maybe I'm having a benign cycle. No. Even when it's not benign cycle, look at the number for going 24 months. And mind you, July 21 is COVID. So it is just coming off COVID. So July 21, the wounds were still raw, as all of you remember. And April, May, June of 21 is when the COVID second wave ended. Since then, it has been 99.2% going up this number. And this does not include arrear collections, does not include prepayments. This is pure, pause of the EMI collected and pause due. So this is very important. So net you bounce less, you collect better. With that, you get a very low SMA. With that, you get a low NPA. If you have time, I'll tell you. And this is this is a summary of the asset quality slide. I'm really requesting you, because some people then ask us that, listen, how is it holding up so good, right? Because it's India, your NIMs are 6.3%. If your NIM is 6.5, you must be taking riskier customers. Are you? And what will it be 5 years from now? I want to answer the question. One answer is, of course, is this number what I told you is 19.5. But more than that, this is very important. We do cash flow assessment of our customers. I told you the example of salon example earlier. We want to see your existing business, show me your cash. Right? Show me or assess your cash through multiple means, through GST, whatever. So, or many other means like GST or some scorecards or some variables which assesses cash. But cash flow is so, which means that customer has the cash to pay you. Plus, and this is super important, plus we are taking a debit instruction from the customer's bank. So you have the money and the bank is picking the money from your bank by having a debit instruction. This is as good a security as we, as we value. This may be, having a property or a plant and machinery is collateral or may not. But this is a very fundamental to lending. And in fact, this is one of the reasons why inclusive lending is happening in the country today, because in a safe manner. And this is the half of the story as to why the asset quality holding good. I want to just show you what is the RBI's numbers also, the financial stability report of June 23. You can see here, services have an NPA of 5.1% latest. It's industry 6.8, which used to be pretty high earlier. It's now come down, and you have agriculture 8%, but this is personal credit. This is and for this is personal credit 1.4 and 2.9 is the stress advances, but personal credit is the NPA, GNPA. So that's the story. Now I'll move quickly to profitability. Now, one of the key things that everybody talks to us about all the time, not in negative, I'm just saying that people do say that your cost income ratio is high. I want to explain to you why cost income ratio is high and how it will come down. Now, the first short point is that, of course, the scale it will come down. But I want to tell you why it is high. You need to understand. We, until 2019, which is not very far back, we were DFI converted to a bank. Our margin was 1.6 or 1.7% pre-merger. That's all. Now, with that kind of NIM, you really can't make any expensive cost of 2-3%, and you don't have a profit there. So we had that situation, and that with the profit up, we had this situation where it is very important to note that our retail deposit is 10,000 crores. And our institutional borrowings was 1,29,000 crores. You tell me which bank can run like that? 1,29,000 crores of institutional deposit, and you got 10,000 crores of retail deposit, and institutional deposit, right? You got to be, they're not as sticky except borrowings are. Now this we couldn't continue. If we had to fix this, we need branch, we need ATMs, we need people, we need everything. You put this up, you're having more expenses, and you have more expenses, and you have no operating profit. Which bank can run? So we did something very important along with that, and that's not the only one. Then to top it up, we went and put up a 600 branches, we put 97% ATMs. Then came the wave of technology. You can't avoid it. Then there's a large number of builds the bank has to do, which you can't avoid building. For example, how can a bank live with a mobile app? You can't say our cost is high, I can't build an app. You have to build an app. You can't say, for example, I can't build digitization because you'll be outdated if you don't do digitization. You can't say I want to plug into bureau, I can't plug in account aggregator because cost is high. You've got to do all these things. You've got to do all these things, and if you did that, your cost is going to go up. The cost goes up. How did the bank still make a profit? I want to show you. Now, so now I want to show you that all the story we talked about earlier was retail lending, retail liability, retail SME. This is the story we've been discussing thus far. But I want to tell you that as a universal bank, we set up NRI business, we set up wealth management business, we set up credit card business, FASTag, trade finance, transaction, treasury, supply chain, corporate lending. So just imagine, last 4 years, so many businesses have come up in this bank. Everything has a J curve. Everything starts with OPEX and then it comes into profitability. I don't want to tell you. So this is what has been going on at the bank. Bank is building something, and as these businesses start turning into profitability, you will see profit in the bank. Now, let me tell you, even businesses the bank has launched. These are all new businesses launched in the last 4 years, right? Or they were very nascent stage built up. So it's a very long list. I don't want to call every one of them. You see home loans, car loans, credit cards, digital loans, education loans, commercial vehicle, construction. Each one of the businesses have a J curve. They start with a loss and then come to profit. So many of the businesses are still here. We are, let me say, if this is a loss line, is a profit line. If we just say many businesses are here. So they will all start moving here as the year progresses. And that's how your cost to income ratio will come down. Let me just share with you, there are no shortcuts. And if they're shortcuts, they're not good shortcuts. And you can book some corporate loans at high yield, and you know where that will go. So they're not. So we are building a bank for a long run. I request your patience, and truly you have been patient with us, as with the management, as the board. I thank every one of you very sincerely for that during this period. But I want to today explain to you that all these as the businesses come here from, let me say, from the loss zone to profit zone, the bank will start spending pretty good. I want to just show you the number of branches that moved from 200 to 800. ATMs have moved. I told you about this. ATMs one. Now the cost to income. Now cost to income has still come down for all the investment done. Now I'll tell you what the magic behind this is. How is it possible that we did all the businesses, launched all the businesses, built the digitalization, did everything, and yet our cost income ratio come down. How is it possible? I'll tell you how. So look at this. It's already come down from 95 to 71. Our own sense is that it's not going to be a steep fall from here. It's going to be a while. This has to work its way out. I told you there's no shortcuts. This has to work its way out because particularly for the year that's currently going on, in this current year, the cost of deposits is kind of caught up and will catch up for the rest of the year. And therefore, we expect this to kind of stabilize for this year and then come down, let me say, more meaningfully next year, i.e. 24-25. We expect exit 25 to look reasonably good. And that's when we'll expect a return on equity of like a 15%, but I'll show you that, I'll talk about that later. Let me just finish this quickly by telling you there is something, again, very special happening at the bank. About this will kind of tell you, if you see the loan book growth of the bank, in 1920, our balance sheet degrew by 11%, but operating profit went up by 60%. Your next year, this was the COVID year, where balance sheet grew by 9 and operating profit went up by 8. Not great, but it was there. So next year, our balance sheet grew by 17, profit went up by 44. Last year, balance sheet grew by 26, profit grew by 69, 67. In the latest Q1 to Q1, the balance sheet grew by 25, you get the drift. So the point I'm trying to say is that the bank is truly working on this, and in a moment I'll just tell you how. I'm looking for a slide as to. So this is very, very meaningful. Very, very meaningful about how the core for the uninitiated. Let me use the word core operating profit is basically NII plus fee minus OPEX. We don't take the trading income and all that. Now, for the bank, at the initial, we were just like 1%. 1%, if your credit cost is 1%, this doesn't make, the banks are, won't be in a profitable situation. But now we are having 2.34% and still rising. So this is very important. Tomorrow there's a COVID of the same magnitude of what happened in 2021, your still bank will be in a very, very, very strong position. We won't post a loss. And more importantly, under normal circumstances, if you have credit cost about 0.8% of assets, okay, including treasury and all that. So you have 234, you have 0.8, you're heading towards a 1.2-ish or 1.1-ish ROA on a stable basis. And that's a massive movement for the bank to move from 0 to 1 in just, let me say, 4 years. So this is now telling you what's happening to our operating profit, core operating profit. There was a time in between when our core operating profit actually coming down because our OPEX was coming up. But the good news is now the core operating profit now began to rise continuously. And this just shows that the bank's incremental model is pretty good. So I just want to share with you how the bank managed to do this, that increased the OPEX and still profit went up. What's the magic? So we basically launched a large number of initiatives to cut cost. By our own last count, our own internal estimates, the cost initiatives taken by the bank in 2021, 22 and 23 put together is 1,400 crores of annualized cost saves done at the bank. This could be either reworking certain methods or, combining couriers or, reducing travel costs or, the long list. That's like a serious bank is running many internal squads for reducing cost at the leadership of the CFO, and the business teams are working towards it, and they're looking at every item. But at the same time, I tell you, cost cutting is not the solution for the, in the longer run. We need to build core business models which are fundamentally profitable. There, our retail loan book today is like the kind of Brahmastra bank has today. That Brahmastra is that this book of 1.3 lakh crore we have is generating a return on equity of 20% plus. We believe this 1.3 lakh crore book in 3 or 4 years will become 2.5 lakh crores. And that will continue to have return on equity of 20%. So that is truly a Brahmastra, and that is actually one of our models. And apart from the fact that this, we're reducing cost, put together is what is really turning things at the bank. I mentioned this to you. By the way, digitalization initiative is also helping the process. Many new launches which are loss-making will become profitable. All this will happen. So all I have got to say is that please keep your faith with us. We are working in good interest of the bank. We are working in good faith. And we are making all the necessary changes in the bank, and then taking the necessary, making the necessary moves to move the bank towards greater profitability. But we're building it in a very clean way, Their customers don't have to complain about this fee, that fee. They're going to be happy with us. Hopefully, shareholders will become happy with us in due course. And as the bank will grow and hit that 10, 15, 20-year path which I talked to you about. But we are thinking long, and we really request for your support as we build this out. My only thing is that on culture, that's very important. I want to just tell you that we are making an effort to really have happy employees. To our employees, we actually said that, okay, the bank made profit of 2,400 crores. Every employee of the bank, top to junior, excluding myself, we said that everybody gets, say, 2,000 rupees to celebrate their family straight, because, to the round number for the year. So every employee, so 20,000 employees had a dinner with their families. You can see it there. And they 20,000 plus employees, they claim their bills from us, and they share their experience. So it's just that the joy gets, celebrated, just reaches more people, and all of that. So we did this, and then we, you can see more pictures here. I can't give you 20,000 pictures, but I can just show you that this came through. There are, there's a lot of synergy meetings going on in the bank. We don't want silos to create in the bank. We want them to come together. There are a lot of organizations. This is a team that is put together for the certain empty batch that came together. This is for employee engagements. There's some programs, teams, etc. I want to keep you that. Now, finally, you may have seen the advertisements in the bank in the last. So not advertisement. You must have come across this announcement we made about tying up with BCCI for sponsoring the home matches. I want to just tell you that in 2019, our TOMA was only 2%. Now it is touching 22%. So really, this itself has been quite a massive move for the bank. I must say it's a bit of a good thing. But I want to just share with you that if you see the banks in the country, we are really not there. I just request you to not celebrate too early. I've spoken to many people. I do speak from time to time, and a lot of people have told me I haven't heard about a bank only. So it's true. In fact, I came across one recently. Can you play a video, moderator?
About HDFC, but not about IDFC.
You've not heard of IDFC Bank?
No.
Not heard?
Never.
Never heard? No. Heard HDFC?
HDFC, IDBI.
Uh-huh.
HDFC, IDBI, but not...
What other bank comes to your name if I ask you some name of 5 banks?
SBI.
SBI.
Then RBI.
RBI.
We have Indus Bank now. Indus Bank,
Because of Hindi Jharkhand then.
And I think Punjab National.
Okay. Not even heard of IDFC?
Sorry, sir. I have not heard about it.
Okay, one day you will hear. Okay, thank you. So, how do I share screen again? We shouldn't be celebrating too early. Many people don't know us. If they know us, and by the way, we will not be able to get the kind of deposits we're talking about. Next year, we want some 50,000 crores. Next year, we want 60,000 crores because we want to grow the balance sheet by 25%. And we got to, pay off the liabilities coming up for maturity, which are the, bonds, pre-merger bonds. So all of that, and that's like 20,000 crores. So we need some serious money to pay all these things, and they're all, by the way, they're at 9% for information. You've got to pay them off. So we need money for deposits. I'm requesting. So when we announce this, I want to just, share with you that we need a support. We're doing this in a good faith because we believe at the end of 3 years, it's a 3-year deal. This bank will be known definitely much better, and probably our TOMA will reach, if not the 70s of the big 3, probably get to a much more reasonable number. And by the way, that's very important to get a good quality deposit franchise. This is what the franchise is all about. We are going to be a title sponsor for India Home Cricket. Home cricket meaning that we're going to be part of the series here. We'll have a presence of perimeter in the BCCI matches. Our name will be out there in the stumps. The decision review will be there. Man of the match award backdrops. Our tickets will be carrying our name. So even that lady whom you saw there said doesn't know us. Hopefully, after some time, the people like them will get to know. And by the way, bank is made out of small deposits, so we should be sensitive to that. Important tournaments coming up. Your so-called SENA, your South Africa, England, New Zealand, especially, they're all coming up, and we'll be part of that stuff. So I want to just stop here, and I want to just say very, very sincere thanks to. Can you reach the screen back to me? Yeah. So so that's it. I want to share with you that bank has made very good progress in the last 1 year. The key item missing for us is profitability. Now our employees also paid up because all of us are beaten down, not beaten down, but they've been beaten up, let me say, by by many people, sometimes by a board also, because our profits were not good. For 3 years, 6 quarters, we posted losses, nothing this one. But now, last year, 2,400 crores. This year, things are looking reasonably good. I request you to know that, a quarter up there, please don't get carried away that the bank is posting profit. It will always be like that. It doesn't be like that. An odd quarter can be down, can be up, particularly next, few quarters, because the interest cost is going to catch up. And therefore, you should expect moderation in the banks in terms of profitability, maybe a couple of quarters. But our own estimates is that by the fourth quarter of this year and the next year going to be really, very good. So all in all, 24 will look much better in profitability than 23. 25 will look much better than 24. 26 will look much better than 23. These are my comments to you. I think we've been proven right in our predictions in the past, so you can trust us to these. But more upon the bank's culture is really coming well. This is my assurance to you. We are instilling the DNA such that the company has come as a good bank. We want to really thank the RBI for being very patient with us. Initial days of the bank was, they were really patient with us and guided us very well. So we're very, very grateful to them. For our board, very, very well board. So they're here, so I can't say too much about them embarrassment, but I can just say that very, very involved discussion happened in the board, and very terrific people get a lot of values from the board. I don't know whom else to this come to mind, but certainly shareholders who've been with us, our shares weren't exactly, profits are not good, but our shares, our price to book has gone up 2x since the merger. And the book value is not moved yet because of the losses we posted. So that we want to thank you. That's nothing but a vote of confidence. And for that, we want to thank you. Over to you.
So, Vedanath sir, hi. Would you like to call upon Ms. Shikha Hora Kamdar?
Yes. So Shikha heads our ESG practice. She can talk to you. Yeah. Shikha, I haven't seen a presentation. I hope you're doing a good job.
Yes. So I will be sending a prompt to Ms. Shikha Hora Kamdar. Please accept the prompt, and you should be able to turn on your video and audio. We will wait for the connection for Ms. Kamdar.
Right. Yeah, while she comes in. Okay.
Sorry, sir, you were saying something?
While it comes there, I would just say that ESG is something that on the board's mind. The board often talks about it. We all can hear more about it in the board today than what we were even 4 quarters ago. And our chairman is really very passionate. He really pushes his agenda very hard. So do other members. I want to just say that it's become a bit of board agenda now. So appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear shareholders, financial year 23 marks the 4th full year of operations post the merger, and also the most successful one on all key metrics of the bank as shared by Mr. Vedyanathan. While the bank has set up a very robust foundation and has transformed itself on all of the key parameters, we are continuously imagining as a bank how we can create a more sustainable future through our approach to ESG and build a long-lasting impact and build long-term value for all our stakeholders. ESG, as you know, stands for environment, social, and corporate governance, and is becoming an extremely important parameter from regulatory standpoint as well as from investor standpoint. Guided by our board and our MD, Mr. V. Vedyanathan, ESG has always been part of our vision, and our long-term goals are aligned to ESG. With our ESG program, we strive to reduce our environmental footprint and support the global initiatives around climate action. We want to encourage responsible consumer behavior. We are empowering our employees and communities at large, and we are trying to adopt the globally accepted corporate reporting frameworks and maintain the high corporate governance standards. ESG approach is deeply rooted to our business philosophy. A lot of businesses which we do in the bank are naturally inclined towards ESG. Our EV financing business, our energy efficient, durable financing business, they directly contribute to our larger sustainability goals. Our MSME business, our startup banking business, they're helping us drive the overall economic development. Our rural business, which has very deep geo presence, helps us drive the financial inclusion objective. We also place non-negotiable emphasis on customer centricity, which is manifested through our best-in-class service levels, as well as our innovative offerings. We spoke earlier about our fee-free banking services, our monthly interest credit, our never-expiring reward points. Those are the things which kind of resonate with our philosophy and show how we put customer at the core of everything. On the social front, we have a dedicated division which drives the CSR initiatives. We're also working as part of our CSR programs. We're also working on a lot of ESG initiatives. For example, the wet and dry waste segregation, generating livelihoods for the dairy farmers, etc. On the environmental side, a lot of new offices which we are taking are green buildings. They are IGBC certified or LEED certified. We are trying to switch to renewable sources of energy. We are trying to work on e-waste management. We are eliminating paper from our customer journeys. On the governance side, as an organization, we lay a lot of focus on strong governance mechanism. We are voluntary participant and supporter in multiple global initiatives such as UNGC and TCFT. We are also continuing to proactively adopt multiple disclosure practices as per global standards such as SASB and GRI. I'm pleased to share that this year happens to be our maiden integrated report. Our annual report, if you've seen, is the first integrated report that we've published with a lot of ESG disclosures. Because of a lot of work that we've done over the last 1 year around the ESG area, we've also been awarded and recognized by multiple agencies. We've received a lot of awards in this area around sustainable banking, around ESG initiatives, around corporate governance, digital banking. A lot of global rating agencies, which are now giving ratings around ESG, have also rated our bank. The agencies like DGSI, Refinitiv, Sustainalytics, CRISIL, and a lot of them have given us multiple upgrades over the last 2 years because of our initiatives. ESG at the end of the day demands continuous attention and a relentless pursuit of improvement. At IDFC First Bank, our commitment to ESG is just not about responsible banking, but about building an institution for the long term. And we look forward to the support of our shareholders in this area. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shikha, so much for that. Over to you, Chairman. How would you like to take the meeting? Mr. Sanjeev Chaudhary.
I think Swapnil will start with shareholders.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite shareholders who have pre-registered as speakers to ask their questions. To start speaking, shareholders are requested to click the video on button. If the shareholder is not able to join through video for any reason, the shareholder can speak through the audio mode. While speaking, we would request the speakers to use the earphones so that he or she is clearly audible. Minimize any noise in the background. Ensure that Wi-Fi is not connected to any other devices. No other background applications are running, and there is proper lighting to have a good audio and video experience. If there is connectivity problem at speaker's end, we would ask the next speaker to join. Once the connectivity improves, the speaker shareholder will be called again to speak. Once the other shareholders who have registered complete their turn. We would appreciate if the speakers are brief and to the point. I would request that the questions may kindly not be repeated, and also request the shareholders to please limit their speech to a maximum of 3 minutes. During the AGM, if the shareholder faces any technical issue, he may take help of the helpline number given in the notice of the AGM. We will first invite our speaker number 1, Mr. Pratik Sen. Mr. Sen, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. Then you need to unmute your audio and video. And then you can go ahead with your question. Please unmute your audio and video, sir.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm Pratik Sen, a retail shareholder from Chhattisgarh. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure getting the opportunity to speak with you all, especially you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. See, being a long-time shareholder of the bank, I have really witnessed the whole turnaround story of the bank playing out. And I can really see good times ahead. And as you have, mentioned, we are a world-class bank in making. Congratulations to you and the whole IDFC First Bank team for delivering consistently over all these years. So I had 3 questions, but now I have 2 questions. One you have answered in the presentation. So starting with my first question, see, the recent BCCI title sponsorship deal, I would like to know, basically, you can just help me understand this. How is it going to benefit us in branding? Because the way I see it, it's a huge expense for a bank of our size. I know you have touched about it in the presentation, but still I would like to know more. And we could have chosen some other option for branding, no? And my second question was on cost to income ratio, but you have answered it really well in the presentation. So we'll skip to the next one. So the last question is how does this zero fee banking affect us in fee income? How much of a revenue are we letting go of for this zero fee banking service? These are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 2, Ms. Ashalata Maheshwari. Ms. Maheshwari, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video then. And you can go ahead with your question. We will wait for the connection for Ms. Maheshwari to come in. Ms. Maheshwari, we have sent a prompt again on your screen. Please accept that.
हेलो हाँ हेलो
Yes,
हेलो
ma'am.
हाँ
Yes,
जी
ma'am.
श्रीमान चेयरमैन साहब, मेरे सभी डायरेक्टर भाई, मेरा नाम आशा लता माहेश्वरी, आप सबको मेरा सादर नमस्कार। एनुअल रिपोर्ट पढ़ी और चेयरमैन साहब, मैं बता नहीं सकती कि मुझे कितनी खुशी हुई ये पढ़कर कि बैंक का परफॉर्मेंस बहुत ही अच्छा है। प्रॉफिट 1.5 गुना से भी ज्यादा बढ़ा है, 4,600 करोड़, ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। और रेटिंग एजेंसी ने भी बैंक को अपग्रेड किया है। चेयरमैन साहब, धीरे धीरे बैंक का बहुत ही सॉलिड फाउंडेशन आप बना रहे हैं। आपके लिए मैं 2 शब्द पहले कहूंगी, चेहरे पर होगी खुशी, चेहरे पर होगी खुशी, आंखों में आपके सम्मान होगा। मुझे यकीन है एक दिन आपके कदमों में आसमान होगा, मैं ये जरूर कहूंगी आपको। और फिर एमडी साहब, आप इतना भी मुस्कुराइए नहीं, मैंने बैलेंस शीट में देख लिया आपको, आप बहुत जोरों से मुस्कुरा रहे हैं और अभी भी मुस्कुरा रहे हैं कि आपको मैं कहूंगी नजर ना लगे। जैसे मुस्कुराने की वजह तो बिल्कुल सही है, जीरो बैंकिंग फी की वजह से कस्टमर बहुत बढ़े हैं, डिपॉजिट भी बढ़े हैं और इसीलिए आपको इतने अवार्ड भी मिले हैं। इस बात की मैं बधाई देती हूँ और आपके लिए कहूंगी, हर पल और पहलू आपके ही नाम होंगे, वक्त और गुलाम आपके गुलाम होंगे। और जरा एक बार चेयरमैन साहब मुड़कर तो देखना, आपके हर कदम के पीछे मेरी दुआओं के निशान होंगे। बहुत दुआएं हैं मेरी आपको। आपका ESG प्रोग्राम बहुत बढ़िया है और CSR प्रोग्राम भी बढ़िया है। ये सब देखकर सब पूछ रहे हैं, भाई आसमान में ये फरिश्ता कौन है जो धीरे धीरे बढ़ता ही जा रहा है और धरती पर जो इतना बढ़िया काम कर रहा है वो कौन है? ये आसमान में आपकी बातें चल रही हैं। MD साहब, आपका ये मानना कि बैंक की असली स्ट्रेंथ एम्प्लॉयज है, वो एकदम आप सही कह रही हैं। मेरा अकाउंट प्रभा देवी पर है और मैं इस ब्रांच के लोगों की जितनी तारीफ करूं उतना कम है। खास करके हितेश वर्मा जी जो बहुत ही अच्छी सर्विस दे रहे हैं, असिस्टेंट जितने भी हैं उनके सभी बढ़िया सर्विस दे रहे हैं। और ऐसा लगा नहीं मुझे ये सब देखने के बाद कि मैं कोई इंडिया में हूँ। चेयरमैन साहब, आपकी लीडरशिप और टीम की वजह से बैंक कई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंची है और शेयर के दाम भी करीब करीब डबल होते चले जा रहे हैं। भाई मेहनत का फल है, पर चेयरमैन साहब मेहनत तो आप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ये जो पैसा आ रहा है इसका तो शेयर होल्डर मजा ले रहे हैं, ये कहूंगी मैं। और इसी के साथ में अंकित जी की भी बहुत तारीफ करूंगी, जो बहुत अच्छी सर्विस दे रहे हैं और बहुत मीठा बोलते हैं। और चेयरमैन साहब, मेरा आपको पता नहीं, आप भूल गए हैं, पर मेरा आपसे बहुत पुराना रिश्ता है। उस रिश्ते को भी देखते हुए आज मैं आपके लिए 2 शब्द कहकर जाऊंगी। बेशक उस दिन जमीन को सितारों से सजाया जाएगा, बेशक उस दिन जमीन को सितारों से सजाया जाएगा, जब चेयरमैन साहब आपका नाम फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के लिए पुकारा जाएगा, ये कहूंगी। और इसी के साथ मैं स्ट्रांगली सपोर्ट देते हुए धन्यवाद देती हूँ।
Thank you so much, ma'am. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 3, Mr. Somil Malhotra. Mr. Somil Malhotra, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video so that we can hear your question.
Hello,
Mr. Malhotra, please. Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, so first of all, good afternoon to Chairman, Mr. CEO, and all the shareholders. I'm very happy about how this bank is shaping up and how it has gone through all the phases of COVID and DHFL, IFS, everything. And on the lighter note, I should say this I in IDFC First should be Immune Development Finance Corporation, because it is immune to everything that is thrown at it. Secondly, after the merger and when the dust is settled, we should start giving some dividend in 1 or 2 years, as our EPS will be slightly greater than 5 or 6 rupees. So a 50 paisa dividend or something around those lines would be great. Next on, I would like to talk about the credit card portfolio. It is really good. The Club Vistara card is amazing, the features, but I would also like to add that some hotel programs should also be included in the co-branded cards, like Accor or Club ITC. These hotel chains should also be in the co-branded card, or even make one travel card where we can transfer the points to these programs. Because if we have one affluent card, like 10,000 fees, then the customers from Amex and Axis and HDFC will throng to IDFC, and a brand recognition will follow suit. Next, I would like to talk about the home loan. Our home loan procedure is quite dated, and I would like to share with you that I have a home loan from ICI because I got a pre-approved home loan offer from them, and it was not present from the IDFC side. So I would like to add that our bank should also introduce a pre-approved home loan. Like we have the First Money program. It is really good. It is seamless and very well made. And next, I would like to say that in the last AGM, someone pointed out that there should be a CIBIL integration, like we can check CIBIL on a net banking or app. That is a really good idea, and we should implement it. If we are a wealth account holder, we should get free per month. One per month should be free to look at CIBIL. And if we are select account holder, it should be once per quarter, something like that. Next, I was looking at the presence of our bank's branch in the annual report, and I see we are not in Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, and even Ladakh. So we should have one touch points in each of the states to grow our presence. And then I would like to say, do we have any plans for overseas branches as well? I would like to know your views on it. And one last feedback that I live in Kanpur, and our branch don't have a locker facility till now. Yet they are launching the gold loan scheme pretty soon, but there's no locker arrangement till now, which I wanted to avail. So that's a feedback that I wanted to give. And last question, do banks like us need to worry about a new kid around the block, which is Geo Financial Service? Mr. KV Kamath is heading it, and how much of a competition can it give to us? Thank you very much. That's all.
Super points. Thank you very much, Saman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Malhotra. We will move to our next speaker member, Mr. Mohit Sambandhan. Please accept the prompt on your screen. You will get an option to unmute your audio and video. Please unmute them and you can go ahead with your question.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman and CEO, sir, for accepting my questions. Sir, during the presentation, you showed a lady who doesn't know our brand. I think you promised us the next 10 years, the entire India will know our brand. This will be our promise. And sir, I'm the shareholder since Capital First time. So it's almost for past 5 years. So to be honest, last month we sold some of our shares so that we could build a new house. I sincerely have a gratitude towards you as a minority shareholders. Sir, I'll directly jump into the questions. Sir, first question is that attrition level in a bank is at 30% and above. So how are we going to address that? Sir, so one second question is that can we give ESOPs in the junior management level, those who are in the sales, in the branch level? Because I speak to the branch, they said that only ESOPs are available from cluster manager level. Why can't we give to the junior management? Because sir, the attrition level is very high there, because I could see the branch itself is changing within 1 year. I could see the 50% of the population is changing. That you can address on that. So third one is that a minimum balance is 10,000 rupees and 20,000 rupees. So this product is only affordable for the middle class people. What about the housemaid, which I am, a driver which I am hiring? He can't afford that kind of a minimum balance of 10,000 or 25,000. Can we have anything for them? 3,000 rupees as a minimum balance, 5,000 rupees as a minimum balance. Is there any possible for them, sir? Sir, my next question is that what is the roadmap for next 5 years? Sir, during the merger, you gave us a roadmap for next 5 years. We are happy that we have literally achieved everything, sir. So next 5 years, how are we going to do? Since our headwinds were with IDFC Limited, it's now done. We are done and dusted we are going to done it with the merger. What are the next 5 years? Sir, next question is that AI and chat GPT or any kind of AI tools, how as a bank we are going to take forward the AI and chat GPT, how we are going to adapt it? Since we are a technologically driven bank, how are we going to adapt it? And next question is that, sir, you have in your presentation, you have given precise about SDG goals, but can you put some more light on that? How we are going to make it in next 10 years, 20 years in SDG goals? Then, sir, next about the future business products. Sir, since we are a retail bank, so we have lots of opportunity in retail lending. So what we are going to be next 5 years in retail, which part we are going to concentrate? Please, can you explain us, give us more light on that? The last question is on the NIMs. Sir, I know this question you have responded to Lata Venkatesh CNBC at many times. Sir, do you think 6% are we in a safe position? Because 6% it is a little bit riskier, or are we sustainable? If 6% means we are lending is more than that. So 6%, the margin front, are we sustainable? And that's all my questions, sir. Honestly, from my bottom of my heart, I just want to thank the IDFC management for giving me a chance to speak in this AGM and look forward to be the shareholder for next 10 years. All the best, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will move to our next speaker shareholder, Mr. Subhash Kar. We have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video so that you can go ahead with your question.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Respected Chairman, Board of Director, and my online fellow shareholder. Myself, Subhash Kaur, joining from Kolkata. The bank announced excellent result for the current financial year. Congratulations to the board members. I have already casted my e-voting in favor of the all resolution. Sir, the bank earning per share rupees 4.12, but dividend is nil. I would like to know what your dividend distribution policy. Sir, how are you seeing the retail deposit traction and how one should expect this trend for the coming years? Next, at page number 3, you describe total branch 809 and ATM 925 in India. How many branches and ATM are in West Bengal? Sir, I hope you will consider rewarding speaker shareholder for the coming festive season. Thank you and wishing you all the best. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir. Considering the long list of speaker shareholders, may we request speakers to be brief and to the point, and please complete the speech within 2 minutes. We will move to our next speaker member, Mr. Manas Banerjee. We have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. Please unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question. We will wait for Mr. Banerjee's connection. Mr. Banerjee, we have sent a prompt again on your screen. Please unmute your audio. Please go ahead. Please unmute your microphone.
Everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Respected Chairman, present board members, and my co-shareholders. Myself, Manas Banerjee, joining the 9th AGM through VC from Kolkata. I convey my sincere thanks to our company secretary, Mr. Satish Gaikwad, and his full team for registering my name as a speaker. The Secretariat Department rendering very good service, sir. I received my hard copy of annual report within 36 hours after my request over telephone. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I think it may be wonderful to see that numbers slowly and gradually inching towards what targets and benchmarks that you have put for yourself. Congratulations to the board members for a great set of numbers. The achievements during financial year 2022-23 was a remarkable. CASA deposit increased 41% Y-on-Y, NII growth 30% on year-on-year, bank's net NPA ratio stood 0.86 and capital adequacy ratio stood at 16.82. Congrats to the boards once again. Now I have some observations. Number one, sir. Sir, if you have the number of slippages for the full year, the gross slippages and the recovery write-off and updates. Next, sir, in the retail loan, I would like to know, could you quantitatively tell us in which segment are we lending in these particulars? And next question, sir, how should we think about your non-interest income? And if you can give some breakup of non-interest income this year. And finally, I wanted to understand and on what is the existing contingency provision that we have right now, apart from specific provisions. I already supported all the resolutions by remote e-voting. That is all from my side. Thank you very much, sir, and have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. We will move to our next speaker member, Mr. Manoj Sahai. Mr. Manoj Sahai, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video. so that you can go ahead with your question. We will wait for the connection for Mr. Sai to come in. Yes, Mr. Sai, please go ahead. Please unmute your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Manoj.
Good evening, Vaidya.
Hey, Manoj.
Yeah. Good evening, Vaidya. It's been 35 years since I know you. And to be honest, I'm not surprised the way you have grown. I remember the day when we studied together in BIT. We used to go together for lunch, dinners, and you gifted a cycle to one of our office boy. It is indeed a pleasure to see you building such a great bank, built on ethics, scaled on technology, and focus on customer. As a gesture of friendship, I bought 6 shares on your birthday. That was in January, because neither I have money. I only have good friends, and I think that was around 54 or something in January, and today it is 90 or plus something. Okay, I wish I had bought some more, but they're gifted to so many of your domestic help and school teacher. So I think I'm not far away in the queue. On a lighter note, I have taught you a lot of things during our college days, which you can't deny and you can't share either.
Mr. Sai, sorry to interrupt.
For a millennial,
your voice is breaking right now. Would you like to turn your video off and then you can speak? There is some connectivity issue at your end. Yes, now you can speak, sir.
Yeah, I was just sharing that whether you're fond of gifting shares and you have shared to your domestic help and school teacher. So I think I'm not far away in the queue. And on a lighter note, I have taught you a lot of things during our college days, which you can't deny and can't share either. For a millennium attending this AGM, you are a true inspiration. Think big and be fearless. Whether you're a role model for many of us, a friend who is phone call away. I know you are very busy, and that is why I don't bother you. But I know that you are just a phone call away. I wish you great height in years to come. It was indeed a pleasure attending this AGM, because for me it's the first time, and I wish I could attend few more. Thanks a lot. God bless you and to your entire team. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Manoj. Share पक्का gift करूँगा Manoj. Guaranteed. It's a real pleasure talking to you, man. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sai. We will move to our next speaker member, number 7, Mr. Arun Rengarasan. Mr. Rengarasan, you need to unmute your audio and video so that you can go ahead with your question, please. We have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept this prompt. We will wait for the connection from Mr. Rengarasan. Mr. Rengarasan, please unmute your microphone. We have sent a prompt again on your screen. Please accept that.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to the chairman and our CEO and MD and all the board members, and to all the shareholders also. I'll directly go to my question, sir. The performance of the bank was good in this financial year, and I congratulate the entire team working very hard. And I just want to tell you and your people that please take care of your health. The performance comes second, because in the COVID we have learned our lessons. So health comes first, sir. The performance can come a little bit later and in a relaxed fashion. The other thing is that, sir, I'll come to the question, sir. The app, sir, if myself and my brother had a separate account in the bank, the previous app used to allow us separate logins with separate username and password logged in. Now the present app doesn't allow this, sir. We have to correct this. This is one thing, sir. The second is that why don't we allow our credit card to be linked to the UPI payments from our app? The third question is that why is the NPA high in our lab portfolio? The other thing, sir, the culture. That question relates to what is the percentage of our borrowers who are new to credit and how has this evolved over years? The same thing on the risk management, sir. What is the average credit score of the borrower and how has this evolved over years? Have we moved up the ladder, or that is meaning that have we onboarded borrowers who are of higher credit quality and credit score? What will be the average score, sir? Credit score. That is what I wanted to know. The other thing is that, sir, what is the need for the change in the article of association of the bank, sir? Please explain so that everyone in the meeting can understand. The other thing is that, sir, I'm a little puzzled with, please explain how the capital adequacy ratio works, because how much of tier 2 capital that we can raise? Why should we keep diluting if we have room to raise tier 2 tier 2 bonds to fund our capital adequacy? The other thing is the numbers, sir. What is the guidance of the core that you like to give on the core pre-provisioning operating profit for this financial year? If it is a number, it is okay, sir. If it is a percentage growth also, it will be fine with me. We have plans to raise 3,000 crores, sir. And I like to know what is the timeline for this capital raise. Will it happen on or before March 31st, 2024? The other number I am expecting, sir, I might be wrong or right. You can throw me some light on this, sir. I expect a net profit of around 3,300 crores for this financial year. Can you throw some light on that, sir? The other thing is that what is the average yield on our loan books? This question I posted to our investor relationship officer, Mr. Shabdagiri, sir, but I never got a reply from him. I don't know why. What is the interest margin guidance, the net interest margins guidance for this year, sir, for this financial year? That is another question. What is the cost to income ratio guidance that you can provide, sir? The best guess for this financial year. At the same point, what is the credit cost guidance that you can provide for this year, sir? That is also an important question, sir. The other thing is that, sir, with all our risk management in place, still don't you think 6.6% of our first checks are getting bounced? Why is the first EMI check bounce is so high at 6.6%, even after having all the risk management steps that we have taken? And I read through all the points that was presented in the annual report, sir. The last question is that, sir, in a few years, in my opinion, the fintechs will dominate the loan dispersal in personal loans and merchant loans, that is small business loans, sir. What is our strategy going to be in this changing landscape, sir? So that's all, sir. Thanks for the time. Thanks for the opportunity, sir. The last year performance was great. Please stay safe, stay healthy. Performance can be relaxed, sir. Take care of the health, everyone, sir. The board, entire bank employees, you, everybody, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rangarasan. We will move to our next speaker member, number 8, Mr. Praful Chawda. Mr. Chawda, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video. We will wait for your connection to come in. Mr. Chawda, please go ahead with your question. Yes, we can hear you.
चेयरमैन सर, बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स, मेरे साथी शोल्डर्स, मेरा नाम प्रफुल्ल चावड़ा, मैं हैदराबाद से बात करता हूं। सर, फर्स्ट तो मैं सीधा बात पे आता हूं, टाइम वेस्ट नहीं करना चाहता हूं। अभी बीएससी से बात करता था, छोड़ना पड़ा मेरे को, वहां बहुत कुछ बोलने का था, नहीं तो आपका छूट जाता। मैं 1.5 घंटे से आपके साथ बात करने के लिए वेट कर रहा था। तो पहले तो सर, जो लोन पास करता है उसको रिकवरी का चांस देना चाहिए। जो ऑफिसर लोन देगा उनकी जिम्मेदारी लेंगी, लोन नहीं मिली तो वापिस, तो सिस्टम ठीक रहेगा। ये सिस्टम नहीं है, लोन देने वाला मद्रास में रहता है, फिर दिल्ली चले जाता है, दिल्ली से आसाम चले जाता है, आसाम से फिर गुजरात आ जाता है। जब लोन लेने वाला, लोन देने वाला कुछ कोई, लेने वाला कोई रहता है। तो ऐसा सिस्टम नहीं होना चाहिए, जिम्मेदारी उसकी रहनी चाहिए। सर, दूसरी बात है कि आपने बहुत मेहनत की है सर, हमको समझाने के लिए कि आप कितनी मेहनत करते हो। क्या मेहनत करते हो, 1 आवर्स तक आपका स्पीच सुने, आपका डिटेल्स देखे, आप मेहनत करते हो, आप हार्डवर्क करते हो, सब कुछ करते हो, पर ये सब बेकार है सर। खाली अमिताभ बच्चन है ना, वही बिजनेस देता है आपको। तो आप तो क्लाइंट को गाली दे दो, धक्का मार के बाहर निकाल दो। एक सर्वे कराइए, अमिताभ बच्चन के या कोई किससे क्या बिजनेस मिलता है क्या? आपकी मेहनत से, आपकी लगन से, आपका एम्प्लॉयज के सिस्टम से बिजनेस मिलता है, अमिताभ बच्चन से नहीं मिलता है सर। आप करोड़ों रुपया उसको क्यों दे देते हो? हमारा इन्वेस्टर का जो प्रॉफिट का पैसे है उसको क्यों देते हो? अगर इसको पैसे नहीं दे, हमको 2% इंटरेस्ट ज्यादा मिलता, डिविडेंड ज्यादा मिलता। पर आपको ऐसा समझ में आता है कि उन्हें फोटो लगा दिए तो कस्टमर खिंच खिंच के आएगा। तो सर धक्का मारो कस्टमर को, देखो अब सर्वे करो, एक कस्टमर नहीं बोलेगा कि हमने अमिताभ बच्चन को देख के बैंक में अकाउंट ओपन करे। आपका एक सर्विस है, पेपर रेट बहुत आता है, enjoy 0 charge on 28 comment use saving account सर्विस, ज्यादातर फ्री में दे रहे सर। सब बैंक वाले पैसे ले रहे, हर चीज के सर्विस के पैसे ले रहे। आपके पास कितने सर्विस फ्री मिल रही है? मैं दूसरे बैंक में जाकर बताता हूँ, तो हमारा बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर आपको फ्री कर दिए तो हमको आपको फ्री देंगे। हमारा बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर बोले तो आपको घर पे आके आपको सर्विस दे देंगे। हमारा बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर ऐसा करेंगे। आपका सर्विस बेस्ट है सर, सब अच्छा है। अभी ये एक फोटो बताता हूँ सर, मैं अभी देखा, एक फोटोग्राफ है, आपको दिखता होगा। इसमें किसकी पब्लिसिटी हो रही है? आपकी बैंक की नहीं हो रही है। मुझे 30 फीट ऊपर, नीचे से मैं 30 फीट ऊपर देख रहा हूँ बिल्डिंग के ऊपर, तो मेरे को अमिताभ बच्चन दिख रहा है। यानी कि अमिताभ बच्चन आपको पैसे देते होंगे 2 नंबर के, कि आप अमिताभ बच्चन की पब्लिसिटी करते हो और आपकी बैंक की पब्लिसिटी दिखती भी नहीं है। चश्मे वाले को तो दिखती नहीं, 10 साल के बच्चे को दिखती नहीं, किसको दिखती? किसको भी नहीं दिखती, खाली अमिताभ बच्चन दिखता है। तो अमिताभ बच्चन की पब्लिसिटी आप क्यों करते हो? बैंक की पब्लिसिटी अमिताभ बच्चन नहीं करता है। तो सर ये सोचो, देखो, बड़े बड़े स्टार को निकालो, किसी को मत रखो, खुद आप आके बोलो आपका जनर, आपका स्पीच अच्छा है, आपका लैंग्वेज अच्छा है, आपका स्टाइल अच्छा है। आप खुद आके बोलो कि हमारी बैंक में आइए, हर सर्विस मिलेगी, आपको इंटरेस्ट ज्यादा मिलेगा, सर्विस मिलेगी। धन्यवाद सर।
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chavda. We request the speakers to be brief and to the point, and please complete the speech within 2 minutes. We will move to our next speaker shareholder, number 9, Mr. Redappa Gundaluru. We have sent a prompt on your screen, sir. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video so that you can go ahead with your question.
Sir?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Vaidyanathan, sir, on board of directors, other non-executive directors and company secretary. Namaste, sir. Good evening, sir. Vanakkam, sir. My name is Redappa Gunduru from Hyderabad, sir. I'm a financial advisor, sir. Mr. Vaidyanathan, sir, what a wonderful empire you have built in. Wonderful, sir. Amazing, sir. I have not seen any other company to presentation like this. Each and everything you are given, sir. And also, I would like to thank my company secretary and team. I requested the annual report. He sent very immediately in the short notice, sir. He sent my office address and home address both. What a wonderful service, always. And also, what a wonderful bank, what a wonderful ethics, what a wonderful philosophy, what a discipline you are following, sir. That's the reason, sir. Couple of years back, I advised my shareholders, my investor to invest in this company at the rate of 25, 30, 40 days. No, they are enjoying, sir. Now also I'm guiding that CSR 5 years to 10 years, just hold and enjoy the dividend. So that confidence you have built, sir. Not only the investment, also you have created a lot of impact of the shareholders and the society as well, sir. So and also I seen that on my annual report there is all the information is there, contents is there, and also I found that there is a very good transparency, world-class transparency, accounts of transparency is there. Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Also financially, congratulations, sir. CSR also congratulations, sir. I'm not taking more time. Why? Because you are taking a time to presentation so much time. I don't want to waste my your time. So all the appreciation to you, wonderful appreciation to you, each and every KMPs of company, each and every company. Take care of yourself. And also I felt happy. Your friend, one of our shareholder friend is speaking about you. Wonderful, sir. Wonderful came to know about you, sir. Wonderful, sir. Here, my no more questions to ask you, sir, in front of you. Just tell me your next vision, 5 years, not 2 to 3 years, 5 years. Just your mission and vision.
It seems there is a connectivity issue at Mr. Gunduluru's end. We will wait.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gunduluru. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 10, Mr. Manoj Kumar Gupta. Mr. Gupta, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. Please unmute your audio and video. And you can go ahead with your question, please.
Good afternoon, respected Chairman, Board of Directors, fellow shareholders. My name is Manoj Kumar Gupta. I've joined this meeting from my residence, Kolkata. First of all, I thanks to the company secretary and team for excellent services to the investors, small investors, to help the join to the meeting. Sir, what's your future plan to take the company on new heights? What's your future plan? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, respected Chairman, Board of Directors, fellow shareholders. My name is Manoj Kumar Gupta. I've joined this meeting from my residence, Kolkata. So first of all, I thanks to the secretarial team and company secretary to help us to join this meeting of the bank from smoothly and help us to join this meeting. And sir, what's your future plan? And there is a media report that IDFC will be merged with the bank. So can you throw some highlight in that regard? Because IDFC, the ratio has come on the 100 share of IDFC. The shareholders will get 151 shares of IDFC Bank. So can you throw some highlights, sir? And sir, how much amount reported as fraud up to March 31st, March 2023? And what's your what action you have taken in that regard to recover the fraud amount? And how you will reduce the NPA? And sir, why are you not inspiring the investors, especially those are speaking in the AGM, to open their account or family account with the bank? You should inspire or send a mail personally as a MD. You have their registered mail ID and take the mail ID from the company secretary and you personally mail them that with some benefit, if you will open some your and family account with us, you will get such benefit as a shareholder or as an investor. And sir, how much amount you have expend to co-sponsor in the IPL team? How much amount you have invested to be a co-sponsor of IPL team? And what's your future plan to take the bank on new heights? Because the prices, as per the performance or as per the balance sheet, I have got the hard copy of balance sheet and I have gone through the balance sheet. The reflection of the balance sheet is not in the stock market. When that reflection will come in the stock market? Sir, we have got the shares free of cost. We have not invested a single penny because after the demerger from the IDFC, we have got the share of IDFC Bank. Again, the IDFC is going to merge with the. पहले बोले बच्चा कमजोर है, बच्चे को सेपरेट कर रहे हैं, बोले बच्चा मजबूत है और ये हम कमजोर है. तो ये एक पहले जो कहानी इंडिया में कुछ अर्ली 90s में हुई थी, कलकत्ता बेस्ड एवरेडी एंड मैक्लोड रसल, वो कहानी आईडीएफसी जो है दोहरा रहा है अपने साथ. तो उन्होंने पहले बैंक को मर्ज किया कि बैंक में काफी झमेले हैं, आरबीआई की पॉलिसी है, ये सब है. फिर उन्होंने सेपरेट किया, डिमर्ज किया, अब वो फिर कर रहे हैं. सो उसका क्या रिफ्लेक्ट आएगा और क्या इम्पैक्ट आएगा, ये थोड़ा आप बताएंगे. और I strongly support all the resolution. I thank to the company secretary for their excellent services to the investors and think about to approach the investors to open with their account to increase the number of account holders and spread the wings of branches in the interior. Sir, think about that, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta. We will invite our next speaker shareholder number 11, Ms. Lekha Shah. Ms. Shah, we have unmuted you. You can unmute your
Hello?
microphone. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Ms. Shah.
Respected Chairman, sir, Board of Directors, and my fellow members, good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Lekha Shah from Mumbai. First of all, I'm very much thankful to our Company Secretary Sadish ji for sending the AGM notice well in time, which is full of knowledge, fact and pickets in place. Thank you, Vaidyanathan ji, for such a informative and wonderful presentation. Vaidyanathan ji, I pray to God that He always shower His blessing upon you. ज्यादा समय नहीं है, इतना बहुत सारा स्पीकर आपसे बहुत कुछ क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया सर. एक तो क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ. With the merger being done, how many employees have been retained and how many new employees have been hired? My second question is, our bank had launched products like gold loan, credit card, home loan, etc. All these products are not yet making sufficient profit when bank would see retain or invest. Sir, since VESA event allow us to log in without any problem, I would like to thank them for their services, especially Aparna ma'am and Swapnil bhai. Chairman sir, I hope the bank will continue video conference meeting in future. So I strongly and wholeheartedly support all the resolutions for today's meeting and my best wishes always our company and its prosperity. वैद्यनाथन जी, आप इतना अच्छे तरह से सभी शेयर होल्डर का क्वेश्चंस अच्छे तरह से आप सुन रहे हो. आपका इनोसेंट फेस और आपका मेहनत, भगवान इतना अच्छा अपना बैंक आगे बढ़ेगा, ये भगवान का प्रार्थना. और कल रक्षाबंधन का दिन गया और शेयर होल्डर बहन का साथ आपको बहुत कुछ आशीर्वाद. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. Thank you. Lekha ji.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lekha Shah. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 12, Mr. Bhimal Bhatt. Please accept the prompt on your screen, sir. You can unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question. Mr. Bhatt, please accept the prompt. I have sent the prompt again on your screen. We will wait for the connection for Mr. Bhatt to come in.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Nice to meet you, Bimal ji.
Mr. Bimal Bhatt, we are unable to hear you. We are unable to hear you, Mr. Bhatt.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you.
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Chairman, Mr. Vaidi, affectionately we call it.
Yes, sir.
I still remember our communication during your ICICI Bank days.
Yes,
one of the finest performance and brand building exercise under your leadership. It's a great to communicate with you and your team. I have no issue, no complaint. I have only two observations about the composition of board of directors. Should we have two young people, one sportswoman in our board, to get a different perspective about the future socio-economic life in our country? And second issue is about payment of commission as a remuneration to independent directors. I have a strong feeling and analysis and observation. It cannot be the same for all independent directors. Looking to their knowledge, experience, wisdom, commitment, and contribution. I fully respect their contribution. Absolutely, there is no complaint, no issue. But the days are changing, as you know, Mr. Vaidi, very well, and all the board of directors. So my hearty congratulations to all the team and all the best for an exciting time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Devaji. Nice speaking.
Thank you so much, sir. We will have our next speaker member number 13, Mr. Santosh Kumar Saraf. Mr. Saraf, we have sent a prompt on your screen. You need to accept the prompt, and then you can unmute your audio and video so that we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, उपस्थित निर्देशकों में सदस्यगण, अधिकारीगण और मेरे कर्मचारीगण, मैं संतोष कुमार सराफ कलकत्ता से आप सभी को नमस्कार करता हूं। आशा करता हूं इस समय आपसे स्वास्थ्य में हूं। मैं उन कर्मचारी भाई बहनों का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूं जो हमारी बैंक के डेवलपमेंट में अलग अलग ब्रांच में काम कर रहे हैं। उनकी मेहनत का फल है कि आज बैंक हमारी इतनी आगे बढ़ रही है। तो उन कर्मचारी और स्टाफ का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूँ जोड़ के आप इसी तरह काम करिए लगन से और हमारी कंपनी बहुत जल्दी उन्नति करी। सर आपने 2018 के पास कोई डिविडेंड नहीं दिया, तो फ्यूचर में आपका क्या प्लान, इसके बारे में बताइएगा सर। और आपके यहाँ मैंने फीमेल एम्प्लॉय कितने हैं, उनकी परसेंटेज क्या बताइएगा, और उनको एम्पावरमेंट करने के लिए क्या कदम उठा रहे हैं। कि नारी शक्ति चंद्रयान 3 पहुंचा दी सर, तो आप नारी शक्ति को ज्यादा काम करिए तो हमारी बैंक को भी टॉप बैंकों में पहुंचा देगी। ये नारी शक्ति में इतनी ताकत, आपको तो मालूम ही सर कि नारी शक्ति में कितनी ताकत बदलाव का, तो उनको दीजिए। और मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहूँगा, अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही हैं। अब मर्जर भी हो रहा है तो और ज्यादा उन्नति करेंगे हम। इसके साथ में मैं अपना वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूँ। और ये जो भेजा का जो मोटर, इनकी सर्विस काफी अच्छी सर। फ्यूचर में बीसी मीटिंग करते इनको रखिएगा सर। नहीं ये है फ्यूचर में बीसी नहीं, अगर फिजिकल भी करते हैं तो उसमें 15 से 20 मिनट का बीसी का ऑप्शन रखिएगा, जिससे जब हमारे जैसे बाहर वाले शेयर होल्डर हैं, मैं कलकत्ता से बोल रहा हूँ, तो आपको अपने मन की भावना प्रकट कर सके, हमारे कर्मचारी का अच्छे काम का गुणगान कर सके सर। और सर मैं फाइनेंशियल 2023 की आप सभी को शुभकामना देता हूँ और भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ, भगवान फाइनेंशियल 2023-24 हमारे जितने भी एसोसिएट है उनकी फैमिली के लिए हेल्दी वेल्दी प्रॉस्पर सेफ्टी के साथ देता हूँ। और मैं मॉडरेटर का भी आशीर्वाद करता हूँ। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार, थैंक यू।
Thank you so much, Mr. Saraf. We are moving to our next speaker shareholder number 14, Mr. Dilip Jain. Mr. Jain, we have sent a prompt on your screen. Please accept that. You need to unmute your audio and video, and please unmute your microphone as well. We will wait for the connection for Mr. Jain to come in.
I am audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Mr. Vednasan, sir. Mr. Chaudhary, sir. Namaskar. Jai Jinendra. मैं दिलीप कुमार जैन जयपुर से, जयपुर पिंक सिटी से बोल रहा हूँ। और सर बहुत कभी आप जयपुर कभी आने का हो तो एक बार जरूर याद करें, आपसे मिलने की बहुत इच्छा है। आपका आईसीआईसीआई में जब आप थे प्रूडेंशियल में, और बैंक में जब थे, जब आपसे एक बार बैंक में मिलना हुआ है। और इतना है कि इतना बढ़िया इन ऊंचाइयों पे ले आके आपने बैंक को रखा है कि ये मतलब आने वाले टाइम में लगता है कि एक्सिस बैंक और आईसीआईसीआई बैंक को पीछे छोड़ के आगे जाने वाला है बैंक। इस तरह के आपके एफर्ट दिख रहे हैं, तो उसके लिए आपको सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। और आपकी सबकी मेहनत बहुत अच्छी रंग लाए, और उसमें आप हम शेयर होल्डर्स को भी शामिल करें तो बहुत अच्छा होगा। और सबको मेरे बैंक, सारे बैंक स्टाफ को आने वाले फेस्टिवल्स की, दिवाली और दशहरे की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। अब अपने एक तो सर ये वी आर व्हाट इज द प्लानिंग टू लॉन्च एनी न्यू प्रोडक्ट फॉर द इन फ्यूचर, एंड हाउसिंग लोन बेस में आपके सर मैं कुछ जब कोई क्वेरी भेजते तो स्टाफ थोड़ा सा बहुत एग्रेसिव होके बात करता है, वो थोड़ा सा एक लिबरल कराने का उसको कोशिश करें, जिससे क्या कि हाउसिंग लोन इज द मोस्ट ये कहिए आप मोस्ट सिक्योर लोन इन द इंडस्ट्री। तो उस पर जितना अपन फोकस कर पाएंगे उतना बैंक को ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा, क्योंकि इसमें अगर 50 लाख का लोन देते हैं आपस में 1-1.5-2 करोड़ की प्रॉपर्टी रहती है, तो हमेशा वो सिक्योर रहता है। और बाकी तो सब आपने अपना जो प्रेजेंटेशन दिया वो इतना एक्सीलेंट दिया है कि उसके लिए मैं आपको वर्ड्स नहीं है मेरे कहने के लिए कि इतना बढ़िया आपने बहुत उस प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए कितनी मेहनत की होगी, उसके लिए साहब को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद। और एक सर मेरी एक चीज है कि मेरी मदर का अकाउंट आपके यहाँ नहीं है ना, मेरा अभी तक अकाउंट नहीं है मेरा भी, हालांकि मैं खोलूंगा लेकिन अभी तक नहीं है। सर मेरे सिबिल में एक क्रेडिट कार्ड शो कर गया, जबकि मैंने या मेरी मदर ने कभी आज तक उसको अप्लाई भी नहीं किया और न कभी लिया है। वो मेरे सिबिल में सब डिफॉल्ट शो कर रहा है। उसके लिए मैंने मेल भी डाली आपके इसमें, पिछले साल भी डाली और अभी भी मैंने आपको आज भी एक मेल मैंने फॉरवर्ड की है। उसका सर बिना मतलब उसकी वजह से मेरी मदर का 846 से सिविल स्कोर 721 पे आ गया। तो सर इस तरह का जो ये, और उसके बाद में उसका प्रॉपर रिप्लाई मैंने जब मेल की तो वो कहते हैं साहब आप इसका मेल में आप मेंशन किया अकाउंट नंबर क्या है, कार्ड नंबर क्या है। जब मेरा कार्ड नंबर अकाउंट नंबर है ही नहीं तो मैं क्या बताऊं सर उसके लिए। तो सर उसको थोड़ा सा रिजॉल्व कराएगा, और इस तरह से सिविल में रिपोर्ट होता है तो वो सर मतलब 150 पॉइंट रिड्यूस घटने की वजह से मेरे बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा में एक जॉइंट अकाउंट है हमारी मदर का और मेरा हाउसिंग लोन का, उसमें 85 पैसे रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट बढ़ा दी उन्होंने। तो सर थोड़ा सा इसको देखिएगा कि इस तरह से जो भी है इसको रिमूव कराने की कोशिश करें, और अगर हो सके तो स्टाफ से कहिएगा मेरा एक 70 लाख का हाउसिंग लोन चल रहा है, अगर वो एफर्ट्स सही व्यवहार करे तो आई कैन दैट, एंड मेरा भी सेविंग अकाउंट भी मैं आपके यहाँ लेके आऊंगा, खोलूंगा उसके लिए। और सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, शुभकामनाएं, बैंक बहुत उन्नति करे उसके लिए। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
जरूर करेंगे सर, जरूर करेंगे। आपका अकाउंट भी खोलेंगे, आपको सिविल का इश्यू भी सॉल्व करेंगे, आपका क्रेडिट कार्ड भी देंगे आपको, नो प्रॉब्लम। ओके, इससे हो जाएगा आपका, बिकॉज अगर सब ठीक है तो।
Thank you so much, Mr. Jain. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 15, Mr. Yashpal Chopra. We are sending a prompt on your screen, sir. Please accept that. Please unmute your audio and video and please go ahead with your question. We will wait for the connection for Mr. Chopra to come in.
Swami, can you not, Swapnil, can you not make sure you call the next?
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Myself Yashpal Chopra, calling from Delhi. Client ID is 10592847. Sir, I'm a shareholder of the company for a very, very long time. And sir, I must appreciate the management that they have just started this IDFC First Bank, and this is doing a fantastic. The last year's performance, I will definitely say, is an excellent, because those are under the circumstances which were unfavorable, and the global economy was in the doldrum. Even our Indian economy was just quite shaky, and with the interest rate rising high and all that, so there was a problem, all-round problem. But still, our bank has scaled, has gone from north to south, from north Jammu Kashmir to Kerala, and from east, from Nagaland, Sikkim to Rajasthan, Gujarat. So they have expanded like anything. They have opened around 850 branches and about that much number of rather 925 ATMs. So that shows the strength of our management. So, sir, I remember that when in KBC, your brand ambassador, Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, he exposed our bank like anything. And I think that you must have got the benefit of that. The people must have opened so many accounts over there at that time. So our bank is just year by year making a progress. And I wish best of luck to the management and the company. IDFC. Hello, sir. One of my friend, Mr. Ashok Jain, he's a shareholder of the our bank also. He also want to express to you, sir, before I say, I must thank the corporate governance under our CS and CFO for getting me a chance to speak. So now my friend, Mr. Ashok Jain, who is sitting by now, he's a shareholder, he would like to say something. Hello. Good afternoon, Chairman, sir. I am Ashok Jain, joining the AGM from Delhi. My folio number 120-141-6x0-8640. Sir, I am the shareholder since IPO. Sir, बैंक अच्छा कार्य कर रहा है, इसके लिए
बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स का मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहूंगा और आगे अच्छी ग्रोथ की शुभकामनाएं करता हूं सर। बस यही कहना चाहूंगा सर, मेरी ईमेल आईडी में कुछ प्रॉब्लम की वजह से मैं अपना लिंक नहीं भेज पाया, उसके लिए हमारे कुलीग यशपाल चोपड़ा जी ने हेल्प करके मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया सर। बैंक की अच्छी सर्विसेज हैं, देखते हैं, जाते हैं, एज ए कस्टमर स्टाफ का बहुत अच्छा कोऑपरेशन रहता है कस्टमर के साथ, जो आगे बैंक की प्रोग्रेस को अच्छा दिखाता है कि कैसे मैनेजमेंट और स्टाफ के अच्छे लिंक हैं, कि कस्टमर के साथ कैसे अच्छा लिंक बना के रखना है सर। इन्हीं आशा के साथ सर मैं बोर्ड ऑफ डायरेक्टर्स का धन्यवाद करता हूं और सभी स्टाफ को भी धन्यवाद करता हूं जो अच्छे। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
हेलो।
Thank you. Thank you, Ashok ji. Thank you, Yashpal Chopra ji.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will move to our next speaker member, number 16, Mr. Badri Vishal Bajaj. Please go ahead with your question. Please unmute your connection and go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
my humble request is that I am speaker number 16, but moderator has included one more. He could have stopped that and put in the end when all the shareholders are over. Otherwise, he is making fun of moderation work. He cannot do that, sir. That's one thing. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
I have 3 or 4, all 15 or 16 shareholders have appreciated you because your presentation on all the segments was very good, and it has taken more than 1 hour, and 1 hour has gone in this 15 shareholders. So I'll take only 2 minutes, as moderator has already admitted. Sir, your loan book, retail loan book accounts for 63%. If I am correct, your retail loan book accounts for 63% of the total funded assets. So why are not we going for bulk funding, loan booking for big make in India companies or big manufacturing companies, whereas they are going to other banks. So we are much more better if we go for bulk loan servicing, where customer is big and only one, and we can have much more better services. One thing. Second one, sir, your net interest margin, NIM, is very low. In light of this, how you forecast FY 23-24? Again, I repeat, sir, NIM is very low for you, but still, in light of this, how you forecast in 23-24 financial year? Now, a serious observation I am putting before you, you may agree, as a question number 3, that contingent liabilities are above 316 lakh crore. If I am correct, gone through annual report, it says it is almost 300 lakh crore. So you have not elaborated on this. Please throw some light on this, the liabilities, how you are going to reduce, and your special resolution. Again, a borrowing of resolution number 8. Again, you are further borrowing funds of 3,000 crore. In light of this already liabilities, contingent liabilities, 3,000 crore, again we are asking for funds as per resolution number 8 special. Now, none of the shareholders put, I thought that will be there, that the merger ratio of IDFC to IDFC Bank, it is in favor of IDFC Limited. Even today also, it is in favor of IDFC Limited. Can you throw some light on this? Because if you take on account of HDFC and HDFC Bank, there was a clear ratio, not much. Only thing is, the ratio was held that you have to buy minimum this company or this company for any benefit. Whereas here it is clear, 100 to 155. So just throw some light on that, why IDFC Bank is on lower path compared to IDFC Limited. And about the service charges and all, I think all the shareholders have put some personal problems about the bank, about the customer, about the services, about some loan. So why don't you conclude that shareholders, as a decorum of AGM, they can put personal things directly to, so you have a cell, you have a department, they will sort out and they'll respond it in a proper way. Instead of coming to chairman or executive director and taking more time, it is almost 4:15. Huh? Thank you, sir. Please throw some light at that. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next speaker member number 17, Mr. Praveen Kumar has not joined the meeting. Hence, we will move to our next speaker member number 18, Rajendra Sheth. Please accept the prompt on your screen, unmute your audio and video, and please go ahead with your question.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hello?
Network is not clear. Network is not clear.
Hello, आवाज आ रहा है सर?
Sir, your network is not clear, Mr.
Hello?
Sheth. There's a lot of disturbance behind.
हाँ जी जी बोल रहा हूँ सर. सर चेयरमैन सर, मैनेजमेंट टीम, शेयर होल्डर भाई, मैं राजेंद्र सेठ थाना बम्बई से बोल रहा हूँ. वेदनाथ जी, मैं तो आपका इतना फैन हूँ कि आपकी स्पीच सुनने के लिए मैं 2 घंटे से दुकान से बाहर, मेरी शॉप से मतलब बाहर बैठा हूँ. बहुत बहुत अच्छा लगा वैद्यनाथ जी. और आप मेरा फोलियो भी देखेंगे कि मैं कितना पैशन रख के
Mr. Sheth, we are
फोलियो के समझ जाएंगे आईपीओ के टाइम. मेरे को विश्वास था आपके ऊपर है. और सर मेरे को मैं पूरा सपोर्ट लेता हूँ. और हर हेलो हेलो
हेलो सर. यस सर. यस सर.
हाँ, और सब रिजर्वेशन पूरा सपोर्ट और हार्दिक शुभेच्छा देता हूँ. सर एक ही है कि अभी आपको कुछ एडवर्टाइज के लिए कोई किसको बुलाने की जरूरत नहीं है सर. चेयरमैन सर, आपका खुद का अपना एक वो है कि आपको कोई किसको रखने की जरूरत ही नहीं है मेरे एडवर्टाइज करने की. और सेकंड थिंग सर, अभी हम रूरल एरिया में जाने के लिए क्या करेंगे, कारण कि अभी रूरल एरिया में पोटेंशियल बहुत है सर. बस बाकी तो सेक्रेटरिएट की टीम का भी बहुत ही बड़ा अच्छा काम है सर. इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क होते भी इन्वेस्टर सर्विस बहुत अच्छी दे रही है. बैंक का स्टाफ भी बहुत अच्छा सर्विस दे रहा है. मैनेजमेंट के तो पूरा बात ही क्या है सर. मेरे को मेरा फ्यूचर रही है बैंक का बहुत ही मैं मेरे मन की बात कर रहा हूँ. मेरा को फ्यूचर बहुत ही अच्छा लग रहा है. बस एक छोटा सा श्लोक बोल के मैं मेरी वाणी को विराम करूंगा. सुनिए प्लीज. या देवी सर्वभूतेषु शांति रूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै नमो नमः. चेयरमैन सर, आपके नेतृत्व की अंदर हमारा बैंक बहुत ही प्रगति करे, ऐसी श्री के चरणों में प्रार्थना. बोलने का मौका दिया, धन्यवाद. मैं वापिस से बोलता हूँ, सब रिजर्व और हार्दिक शुभेच्छाएं. मेरे को बोलने का मौका दिया, धन्यवाद. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
बहुत अच्छा गाया आपने. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मजा आ गया. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sheth. We'll move to our next speaker shareholder number 19, Mr. Vinod Agarwal. Please unmute yourself and you can go ahead with your question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, our MD and CEO Vedanath, I'm a great fan of yours. I used to come in your Capital First meetings for so many years. We used to meet, and last time I met you in the early jogging morning for your marathon race early morning at Pedro Road. I'm a great fan of you. I've been recommending this company share to so many of my friends for so many years. Even when it came down from 50 plus to 26. I have been recommending it, and now it has been rewarding. It is 90 plus today, sir. The only thing is that net NIM margin at 6.5%, 6.05% is a very, very healthy margin. Someone was saying it is low margin, but in banks, regular banks, you don't get that 6% margins. For most of the banks I've seen, even the big bank, they've got 3%, 4% NIM margin, and now the 6% NIM margin. Very, very good, sir. And earlier infra and large corporate lending bank, you've turned around the bank from infra and large corporate to retail growth bank. Now your infra loan book is only about 2.69%. It's a very good, and you're reducing it, sir. And the margins are increasing, the PAT has improved, and even the vision that you have given for the future, for the past till 2024, the appreciation of the banking will undergo is marvelous, sir. Sir, don't have much to say, sir. I will just suggest that you do not give any dividend for the next 3 to 4 years. Just keep on plowing back the profits into the bank, because the profits plowed back into the bank are reflected into the share price. So it is not that the share price goes away, sir. We need growth money at the moment. It is not that we have become the largest bank or the second largest bank or something. We need money to become the largest bank. We should overtake HDFCs and ICICIs and all under your guidance, and we will overtake them, sir. With the vision you got, the net margins and everything, sir, we will grow, sir. I sign off, Vinod Agarwal from Mumbai, wishing all the best, sir, to you and your team, sir. Vinod Agarwal. And I also wish Satish Gaikwad, who has always helped me, who's always helpful and been there since Capital first day, sir. Thanking you, sir. Vinod Agarwal.
Thank you, Vinodji. So nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal. Our next speaker member, number 20, Aniruddha Kadam, has not joined the meeting. Hence, we will move to our next speaker member, number 21, Mr. Anil Mehta. Please unmute your audio and video and please go ahead with your question. Mr. Mehta, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. This is Anil Mehta attending this meeting from the Mumbai. Sir, we have a few questions. My first question is, does the bank process to identify the significant business risk? What type of process? How does it works? How is it performed? And who has responsibility for it? So our next question is that, how does the bank identify the new directors? Has the bank used outside recruiting services to find out the directors? What fees were paid to these consultants? So my next question is that, sir, what is the bank doing to improve the shareholders' relations? With this, we are supporting all the resolution, and thanks to the secretarial department for their cooperative hardness, sir. Thank you and all the best for the future. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you so much, sir. We will move to our next speaker member, number 22, Mr. Thomas Kolako. We have unmuted you, sir. Please go ahead with your question.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Vaidyanathan, sir, I'm very big fan of yours. Everybody said that.
Thank you, sir.
Firstly, I don't have any formal question here, but just want to congratulate you whatever the merger and reverse merger, what you have done successfully. Now all the bank steering are there in your hand. Now we want to see the same growth what you left for the first Capital First. So we should reach very soon there. So that is the only question I have. And earlier also I requested that I want a personal meeting because I'm also in Bombay. So if you can spare some time for me, so I can personally meet you. And thirdly, sir, and the last one is that is why we won that BCCI contract for the 2-3 years, I believe. So I think BCCI contract, it's a very dangerous, I think, sir. Because you are spending around 362 million, I think, which is we should not be a Baiju or a DLF in coming future. So you should take care of that because bank, as other shareholders said, that the bank doesn't require the advertisement because the work what you have done, it shows that the credibility of a bank. And we are very happy. I'm very trusted because I started accumulating your shares when it was 60 rupees. And even at 18 rupees, I was not opted out. So I continuously accumulating these things just because of you, sir. And hopefully we'll get a chance to see you in a person in the office, if you allow possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try, Thomas.
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker member, number 23, Gautam Nandi, has not joined the meeting. Hence, we will move to our next speaker shareholder, number 24, Mr. Rajendra Prasad Joshi. Please unmute your audio and video and please go ahead with your question. Yes, Mr. Joshi, please go ahead.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Can I will like to have a video also. 1 minute. Huh? Am I visible now, sir?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Our respected MD and CEO Sri Vaidyanathan ji, sir, and our other dignified directors present in the meeting. Our company secretary Sri Satish Gaikwad ji, sir, myself Rajendra Prasad Joshi, speaking from my residence at Mumbai. Good afternoon to all of you, sir. Sir Vaidyanathan ji, your presentation was excellent, sir. Sir, you have given all details of the bank, and see, we can actually see the turnaround in the company's performance. Now we are very sure that our bank is going to get new and new heights in its growth. Sir, our bank is doing very good on all the financial, all parameters of the financial verticals, and this year was quite satisfactory, and I am happy to note, sir, that bank's asset quality is also improved a lot. Sir, I wish that our company, our bank will continue to march towards the sustainable growth and profitability under a dynamic leadership. Sir, many thanks to you. Here I also will not forget to thank our company secretary Sri Satish Gaikwad ji and his team, especially Arpana ji, Mayuri madam. Sir, even Gaikwad ji, Satish Gaikwad is not mostly available to me, but anyway, Arpana ji and Mayuri are giving a very good service to us. They are always ready on phone to answer our questions or query or to solve our difficulties. Many thanks to Arpana ji and Mayuri ji also. Sir, I have only few questions to ask you, sir. Sir, so what are the measures in pipeline to unlock the shareholders' value? And what is the criteria to control the new loans and advances to be a good quality? Third is how bank is trying to improve net interest margin numbers, and which is the most profitable segment for our bank. Sir, with this, I thank our chairman, Mr. Vaidyanathan ji, you were our company secretary, for giving me opportunity to speak from this platform, and I strongly support all the resolutions of today's AGM. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We have our next speaker member, number 25, Hiranand Kotwani. We have unmuted you. Please go ahead with your question.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes,
but I am not visible. Okay. Yeah. Namaste to all gentlemen,
Namaste.
respected chairman, and our MD, lovely MD and CFO. Sir, so many points has been spoken, but certainly my reservation is on dividend. As you mark the NPA, no return came. So our investment in this is not giving return. So my appreciation that we sacrifice, so management should sacrifice for the remuneration, sitting fee, unless and until the dividend comes. Once the dividend comes, I have no reservation for the increase in the remuneration or other things. So other point are already taken, but certainly I want here to how is vision and mission to increase the growth with prosperity. Prosperity means a profit. One advertisement you've seen that nurse was not doing the IDFC. I fail to understand. So what do we do in this regard? We should move to various hospitals which was extension counter. They need the cash, or 1 or 2% we extension counter should be open at various hospitals to increase the profitability and growth. What is your vision and mission? Because you are the fourth visionary. I hope that in 3 to 4 years you will turn the table and dividend will come. But certainly, what is your vision and mission? Thank you and good luck, gentlemen. So many has been okay.
Thank you, Kotwani. That's useful.
Thank you so much, sir. We will have our next speaker member, number 26, Mr. Praveen Prasad. Please unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question, please. Mr. Praveen Prasad, please go ahead with your question. We have unmuted you.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
I have a question related to cost income ratio, which was stated in last quarter about 65%, whereas for financial year 24-25. However, it was mentioned like it will brought down to 55% during the merger time. So can you please throw some light on that? What are the major problems we're facing in bringing cost to income ratio down? And one more thing is that it's about a credit cards business. Where do we see like a credit card business in next 5 years? And what will be the growth we can expect on year-on-year basis for the next 5 years? And what is the market share we can gain in the credit card business as we're going aggressively in the credit card business? And I appreciate your patience and thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We have our next speaker member, number 27, Mr. Rohinton Pramrose Batiwala. Please unmute your audio and video and please go ahead with your question. Mr. Rohinton Batiwala, please unmute your audio. We will wait for a moment for Mr. Batiwala to come in. Mr. Batiwala, please unmute your connection. We will move to our next speaker member. It seems there is some connectivity issue at Mr. Batiwala's end. Hence, we will move to our next speaker member, number 28, Mr. Jahangir Rohinton Batiwala. Please accept the prompt and unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Before I speak, Mr. Batiwala, moderator, can you wait for a minute? There was a problem in the link. You just go ahead just blindly without knowing what the other person, opposite person sitting over there is facing the problem. This is not right on your part, Mr. Moderator. The person is 80 years old. He's just trying to come to grip with the whole thing. And you're just moving ahead without even offering a chance to speak.
Sir, you can hand over the mic to the other person. He can.
I know about that. You don't need to advise me. Okay, I'm just telling you what you need to do. You need to be considerate with the people sitting on who have been sitting over here for last so many hours, just for their turn to come. Mr. Vedyanathan, this is Jahangir, sir. I hope you remember me, sir. I know we've not met for last about 2 to 3 years, but sir, we were regulars at future meetings. Before I speak, sir, I would request Mr. Sinha Batiwala to just complete his speech, and then I will come on. Mr. Moderator, please don't disconnect.
Sure.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Respected Chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, MD and CEO, Mr. V. Vaidyanathan, other directors on VC platform, CFO, Company Secretary, Mr. Satish Gaikwad and his secretarial team, my fellow shareholders, good evening to all of you.
So my name is Mr. Ravintan Battiwala from Mumbai, and thanks for inviting me to speak in front of learned directors. So first and foremost, I would like to compliment our dear company secretary and his secretarial team for coming out with 312 pages AGM report, which is exhaustive, educative, knowledgeable, intelligent, and has adhered to all the norms of corporate governance. The facts and figures are all in place. Thank you, sir. Sir, the board has not recommended any dividend on equity share for the financial year 2022-2023. The reason being given on page 111 and 112. Sir, please try and recommend next financial year for dividend. Sir, the chairman message on page number 6 and 7 speaks volumes about the company, and after reading it, we are very much satisfied that we are at the safe hands of the company. We need not have to worry about anything for the future. Sir, our MD and CEO, Mr. Vaidyanathan, message of a robust foundation on page number 8 to 17. After reading, we find that we are very much proud to be the family of IDFC First Bank. Keep it up, sir. Bravo, sir. Now, sir, queries. What is the roadmap for next 2 to 3 years? And, sir, how do you think you will fund it? And, sir, what is the CapEx program for next financial year and how you will fund it? Sir, what are your plans for future for the upbringing to the topmost level of our bank? How many branches are we going to open in next financial year, domestic and globally? Sir, what are your plans for ATMs? How many are you going to open in next financial year? Sir, as our AGM report is of 312 pages and there is much more to speak and discuss about, and sir, because of time constraint, I end my speech over here with prayers to Almighty Lord to bring our company, that is IDFC First Bank, to newer and greater heights under your dynamic and magnificent leadership. Sir, thanks for inviting me to speak.
Thank you, Battiwala, for your blessings. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Sir, wait, Jangir wants to speak. Sir, wait.
Yes, Jangir.
Hello?
Yes, Jangir.
First and foremost, sir, good evening to you.
Good evening.
It's a pleasure to see you, sir. But I know we are seeing through VC medium. I wish I could actually be in front of you, face to face, sir. Where earlier we used to meet, we used to talk with each other. I know your habit of turning around things is Citibank, sir. You are a person with that Midas touch. Whatever you touch turns to gold. So Chairman Shri Sanjeev Chaudhary, MD and CEO Vaidyanathan sir, other distinguished dignitaries on the VC dais, as usual our company secretary Satish Gaikwad sir, fellow shareholders on VC platform, good afternoon to all of you. My name is Jahangir. Sir, it's good evening sir now, and a pleasure to speak in front of learned directors. Sir, I was really taken aback when I read no dividend, sir. Under your leadership, sir, no dividend. I mean, that's completely something which is like not acceptable, sir. Mr. Vaidyanathan and not giving dividend does not come together in one line. But maybe there must be some problems, or you must have not deemed fit for it. But sir, next time, please reward the shareholders, and I know you will do it, sir. Our company secretary Satish Gaikwad and his team has done a wonderful job on the AGM report. It is colorful, knowledgeable, transparent, detailed, and above all, adhering to all the norms of corporate governance. We received our reports on time, sir. So currently, what is our NPA percentage and NIM percentage? So what is our CASA ratio? And if you can just spell out how much are we spending on advertisements? So we had a preferential equity allotment to our wholly owned subsidiary named IDFC Holdings Company Limited. What was the reason? And sir, did we park any money over there? 1 minute, sir. So currently, how much assets do we own, and how we unlock the value? So what is our market share in both private and public banking? So our loan book value stands at what level? So we've got what remunerations are we paying to our brand ambassadors, and what is the recall value? And are we able to break even on that? So I think we had some association with KBC also, sir. What was that value and has it been fruitful for us? So total number of branches and ATMs in India, and how many more do you plan to open up? Sir, it's great that under your leadership, most of the nonsense charges have been knocked off, sir, which is a big feather in your cap, sir. I was hearing your speech where you said that all those flimsy charges and checkbook charges, this charges, that charges has been knocked off, and I saw that pride in your voice. So keep it up, sir. Keep up the good work, sir. So there is so much to say and share and discuss, but constraint of time is there. Hence, just put for some normal queries like capex and the funding roadmap for the next 2 years, sir. And sir, with you at the helm of affairs, sir, I don't think I need to ask anything, sir. I just have to open up the next year's AGM report and see Vaidyanathan sir is smiling. That means the whole year has gone by very nicely, sir. Sir, all the best to you and your team, sir. And wishing you compliments of the festive season that has already started. And sir, if you are in Mumbai, and if possible, sir, if there's an EGM, have it in Mumbai, sir. We can also meet. And let's see if you want to have a physical meeting next year, you can have a hybrid meeting. So at least we can participate from here also, sir. Thank you very much for patient hearing, sir. Have a great day and have a great year ahead, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you so much. We will move to our next speaker shareholder number 29, Mr. Bharatraj Kankanala. We have sent a prompt. Please accept that. Unmute your audio and video and please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, very good evening, Chairman, entire Board of Directors. I'm Bharatraj calling from Hyderabad. Chairman, sir, wonderful speech. There is no need to ask any questions. Sir, we are celebrating 10 years and this year. So under leadership, sir, in this 10 years, sir, we want an interim dividend, sir. That is the only request from you, sir. Sir, best CSR awards and best awards you received, sir. I thank my chairman, Mr. Sanjeev Chaudhary, under his leadership. My team leader, my captain Dhoni, Mr. Vaidyanath is working hard to make my company to the next level. We see our share price coming to 100 also. Madhavanji, ED and CEO also working, is supporting my chairman, our MD and CEO. Sir, I received the in-time annual report in-time link also. Sir, one thing I bring to you, Satish Gaikwad is more busy than you, sir. His team is not accessible for us, sir. He is not accessible. See, Srikantji also not accessible, sir. There is no direct contact number, sir, landline number. KMP details are very important in the website, sir. There is no contact details, sir. KMP is violation of SEBI, sir. All KMP details should be there, the landline numbers, contact numbers. So see that it will be there, sir. Satishji, Vaidyanathji, a small request for the shareholders, sir, who are the speaker shareholders in festival season, please arrange a dry fruit sweet box, sir. That will be more happy, sir. And my one more request to me, sir, I want to have a credit card, sir. Please take my name, Bharatraj Kankanala, so that give me the wealth card, sir. That is the only request from you, sir. My best wishes to you. All the best for coming, sir. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Bharatraj.
Thank you so much. We have our next speaker member number 30, Mr. Bharat Shah and Ms. Smita Shah. Please unmute yourself and you can go ahead with your question.
हेलो
Yes.
हाँ सर, आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes, madam.
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू। माननीय चेयरपर्सन श्री संजीव जी और एमडी सीओ श्री वैद्यनाथन जी और अन्य उपस्थित सभी माननीय डायरेक्टर्स, आप सभी को बंबई से स्मिता शाह का सादर प्रणाम। गुड इवनिंग सर। प्रथम तो मैं सेक्रेटरी टीम को आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि हमें रिपोर्ट भेजा और एक्सेलेंट बैलेंस शीट के लिए और बढ़िया गुड इन्वेस्टर सर्विस के लिए, और सालों से सभी शेयरहोल्डर को एक से व्यवहार करके प्रेम से बात करके हमारी क्वेरी भी सॉल्व करते हुए सभी बातों की सराहना करते हुए मैं कंपनी सेक्रेटरी श्री सतीश जी, मयूरी और उनकी पूरी सेक्रेटरी टीम का हमें जो गुड इन्वेस्टर सर्विस देते आए हैं, सो मैं उनका सभी का मैं धन्यवाद और अभिनंदन देना चाहूंगी। और चेयरमैन साहब, एमडी साहब, आपने तो कंपनी के बारे में वेरी एक्सीलेंट प्रेजेंटेशन किया। वैद्यनाथन जी, रियली मैं आपको बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करती हूँ। और हमारे आगे कई शेयर होल्डर भी बोल चुके, सो और ऑलरेडी हमारा नंबर भी पीछे, तो अभी मैं कोई रिवाइज नहीं करना चाहूंगी। और लेकिन इतना जरूर कहूंगी कि हमारी IDFC फर्स्ट बैंक और सच में आज फर्स्ट में ही है। बैंक का कारोबार आप काफी मेहनत लगन के साथ आगे बढ़ा रहे हो, साथ में सभी बड़े छोटे बड़े एम्प्लॉइज और वर्कर्स का भी योगदान रहा है, और आपके साथ उन सभी का भी सहयोग रहा है। सो मैं आप लोगों की मैं दिल से प्रशंसा करती हूँ। और वैद्यनाथन जी को तो हम सालों से यूं ही हंसते निखरते चेहरे से देख रहे हैं कि उन्होंने तो कंपनी के लिए काफी मेहनत, हार्डवर्क, अच्छा योगदान दिया है। इसलिए तो कहते हैं ना, प्रयत्न करने से कभी ना चुके, हिम्मत नहीं तो प्रतिष्ठा नहीं, विरोधी नहीं तो प्रगति नहीं। जीवन एक टेस्ट है, ज्यादा सोचना वेस्ट है। बस हम हमेशा पॉजिटिविटी के साथ आगे बढ़ते रहना है और अपने विकास के लिए अंतिम समय तक संघर्ष करना है। संघर्ष ही हमारा जीवन है, तो ही सफलता हमारे साथ रही है। चेयरमैन साहब और वैद्यनाथन जी, आपने CSR एक्टिविटीज भी बहुत अच्छा करे हो। एम्प्लॉइज के लिए कई हेल्थ के लिए चेकअप, वुमेन्स के लिए भी कुछ अच्छा CSR एक्टिविटीज काफी सारी बढ़िया करे हो, और कंपनी का कारोबार भी अच्छे से चला रहे हो। सो बस मेरी हार्दिक शुभकामना आपके साथ है कि बस ऑलवेज आप आगे बढ़ते रहे, सफलता के कदम चढ़ते रहे, और फ्यूचर में बेहतरीन डिविडेंड आप दे पाए, यही मेरी विश्वास के साथ ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है। जिंदगी अगर फाइन है तो समझ लो उसमें जरूर ईश्वर के साइन है। जो सफर की शुरुआत करते हैं ना, वो ही मंजिल पा लेते हैं, क्योंकि अच्छे इंसानों का तो रास्ते भी इंतजार करते हैं। वैद्यनाथन जी, सही में आपके लिए तो जितना बोले उतना कम है सर, लेकिन हमें फ्यूचर प्लान और भी आप जरूर, आपके आगे के फ्यूचर प्लान 5 साल के क्या है जरूर बताने की कृपा करें। और हम भी सदा आपके साथ है, हमारा हरदम सपोर्ट आपके साथ है, और आज के रिजोल्यूशन में भी मेरा फुल्ली सपोर्ट है। और वैद्यनाथन जी, मेरे आगे भी प्रीवियस स्पीकर्स ने बोला, तो मेरा भी एक हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट है कि अगर आप नेक्स्ट ईयर फिजिकल AGM करें तो आप जरूर हाइब्रिड रखें, ताकि हम बंबई से पुराने शेयर होल्डर जो आपसे काफी सालों से हम जुड़े हैं आपके साथ, और ये 4 साल से VC माध्यम से भी जुड़ने के हमें जो मौका मिलता है, तो हाइब्रिड करने के बाद भी हमें आपसे मिलने का मौका चालू रहेगा। तो हमारी रिक्वेस्ट जरूर ध्यान में रखकर नेक्स्ट ईयर हाइब्रिड करना। और बस बाकी तो आपको आने वाले सभी त्योहारों की शुभकामना। और कल ही लेटेस्ट अभी रक्षाबंधन का त्योहार गया है, तो मेरा प्रेम भाव से एक शेयर होल्डर बहन के नाते रक्षाबंधन की बहुत बहुत हार्दिक शुभकामना करती हूँ। ईश्वर आपकी हेल्थ अच्छा बनाए रखे, और आप सदा हर्षित मुख रहे, और सदा ऐसे ही चमकते रहे, दमकते रहे, सितारों की तरह आगे बढ़ते रहे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और सर, भरत साहब बात करते हैं, चालू रखिए सर। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू मैडम।
माननीय चेयरमैन MD श्री वैद्यनाथन जी कैसे हो?
वेरी गुड सर, थैंक यू, नमस्कार।
रूबरू तो आप तो मिले बहुत साल हो गए सर, एक बार गेट टुगेदर जैसा रखना इधर मुंबई में, तो अपन एक बार वापिस 5-6 साल हो गए तो मिलेंगे सर जरूर।
सतीश को बोलता हूँ सर, पक्का।
सतीश को बोल रहा हूँ। माननीय चेयरमैन श्री वैद्यनाथन जी और अन्य माननीय डायरेक्टर सर, मैं ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगा कि बहुत टाइम हो गया, बहुत स्पीकर हो गए। और सर, मेरी कोई क्वेरी नहीं है कि जहाँ विश्वास है ત્યાં क्वेरी का सवाल नहीं है सर। आप बहुत अच्छी तरह व्यवस्थित बैंक चला रहे हो, न्यूट्रली चला रहे हो, हमेशा शेयर होल्डर का इसको ख्याल रख के आप चला रहे हो। तो मैं भगवान ईश्वर को प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि अपनी बैंक दिन 2 गुनी 4 गुनी रात 4 गुनी बहुत बहुत आगे बढ़े, मेरी ईश्वर को हृदय पूर्वक प्रार्थना है सर। और सर, सारे CSR एक्टिविटी भी आप अच्छी चला रहे हो, तो मैं उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद अभिनंदन देता हूँ सर। और ज्यादा कुछ बोलते ना हो, अवार्ड्स के लिए भी मैं बहुत धन्यवाद अभिनंदन देता हूँ। और सर, कंपनी सेक्रेटरी अपने सतीश भाई गायकवाड़ जी और उनकी टीम के मयूरी जी और पूरी CS टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। हमेशा शेयर होल्डर को रिस्पेक्ट देते, शेयर होल्डर की कोई क्वेरी हो तो सोल्व करते, हमेशा फोन किया तो भी वो फोन हमारा उठाते और हमको व्यवस्थित हैंडल करते, बेस्ट इन्वेस्टर सर्विस दे रहे। तो मैं पूरी CS टीम को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ सर। और सर, फेस टू फेस अपन 4 साल के नेक्स्ट टाइम आप फिजिकल रखें तो जरूर मैं चेन्नई आऊंगा 99% तो, लेकिन नहीं आ सका तो इधर बम्बई से भी हाइब्रिड कर
भरत सर, आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है।
त्योहार की शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ।
थैंक यू सर।
आने वाले त्योहारों की शुभ। थैंक यू।
Thank you for your blessing, sir. Smita ji, आपको भी thank you. Really.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Shah. We have our next speaker member number 32, Om Prakash Kejriwal. Please unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question. Mr. Kejriwal, please go ahead with your question.
Hello, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Just a minute. I am okay. Hello, sir.
Hi. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Sirji. And good evening, everybody attending this AGM. Myself, Om Prakash Kejriwal, your equity shareholder from Kolkata. Thank you, Sirji, for providing me the platform to speak something before you. Thanks to our secretarial department for helping me in the station as a speaker shareholder. Sirji, this is my first AGM, only due to virtual, though I am your very old shareholder. It is just an opportunity for me to join this AGM sitting in Kolkata. If possible, please follow this virtual AGM in next year also, so that more and more shareholders could join our AGM from different parts of the world. Sirji, today my dream come true. I am interacting with Mr. Vaidyanathan. You came in the picture from Future Capital, then Capital First, and then IDFC First Limited, IDFC First Bank Limited. Sirji, you have done a lot of charity work in Corona period. Thank you for such charity work. My previous speakers have asked so many questions, I will not repeat, and I will not take your much time. I have only one question in my mind to ask. We have a very big equity capital, rupees 6,628 crore. And after merger of IDFC Limited, we at least add rupees 2,500 crore capital. It means after merger, our capital will be around rupees 9,128 crore, approximately. Sirji, how you serve such vast equity capital, and how much revenue will increase after merger of IDFC Limited? Sirji, you distributed dividend up to 2018. Now, when you again start to distribute dividend, please share your views. One thing more, what do you think regarding inflation rate and interest rate scenario? At last, Sirji, please maintain your smile and be cheerful. We are always with you as a long-term investor. Thank you, Sirji.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Nice speaking to you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chetan Chadha, Mr. Anil Parekh, Mr. Tamal Kumar Banjumdar, Mr. Prarabdha Rawat have not joined the meeting. Hence, we will move to our next speaker member number 36, Mr. Shailesh Mahadevia. Please unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question. We will wait for Mr. Mahadevia to connect in. Please proceed, Mr. Mahadevia.
Yes, sir. Respected Chairman, Managing Director Vaidyanathan, and
Yes,
other directors of the company.
Namaskar,
Sir, I am really extremely happy, and I must congratulate the entire board for achieving excellent result during the year under consideration. And only one figure is enough to draw the attention that our PBT is 3,267 crore as against 175 crore last year. Sir, under the same information, you have added that although under RBI scheme, you are entitled to give dividends to the shareholders, but under the company law, you are prohibited unless your debit balance are wiped out. And sir, I am sure by next year, you will be able to wipe out your losses and try to be in the dividend list. All my best wishes to you. Sir, I further appreciate the integrated report, which gets a lot of information, and particularly how the value has been created under all our 6 capitals. This information is very vital for the shareholder. Sir, I appreciate all this and also the assistance of company secretary. And there are many other details to go into, but I will confine this except for adding that our business is not only shareholder centric, it is also shareholder centric, not only our client centric, but shareholder centric. And the way in which you have presented your speech today, it throws us your enthusiasm that we as a shareholder should know how the company is working and how it is likely to work in the next 3 to 5 years. Although you have projected for even 50 years, but 3 to 5 years is an excellent figure. And sir, I appreciate all our efforts under ESI ratings, which proves that our company is not only for making profits, but it also cares for the society, and we intend to leave more resources for our future generations than what we have inherited. Sir, after all this appreciation, I wish to put 2 questions, particularly for consideration of the entire board. Sir, year 2023 has been declared as the International Year of Millets. And therefore, so many activities related to this have started in the country. However, the facilities should be provided for achieving this millet introduction in the entire nation. From a long-term point of view, what it emphasizes is that our present lifestyle is based on wheat and rice and sugar, which are not traditional Indian food, and they cause harm to our health. And instead, to follow our 2,000 or 4,000-year-old habit of to live on millets, which will be helpful in maintaining environment, it will create employment, and it will create various other benefits. Sir, I am sure a lot of funding will be required to include all the activities related to this. And therefore, my suggestion is that we should try to make it comprehensive, not only what we should do, but also what we should not do. Sir, my second suggestion is regarding the methane gas. At present, the entire world is worried about CO2 emissions. However, the real danger from a long-term point of view is methane. Methane has a tendency not to explode immediately or damage immediately. It goes to higher and higher in the cold region. And then at that place, it explodes. And that causes the problem of environment at several places. Sir, 2-3 efforts have been made. New Zealand Parliament is thinking of introducing cattle tax, because it is the cattle who create this particular environmental damage. Number 2, Godrej is doing in a very big work on this subject, and although they are not in a position to solve the problem of release of gas, they are working on how to go on improving the field. Therefore, such a methane is reduced to the minimum. Sir, similarly, many organizations on UK are also working on the same subject. This problem will become more and more severe in the times to come. Sir, my suggestion, therefore, to the board to consider this long-term problem, which will have to be attended sooner or later. And sir, my third query is regarding the promoters' investment at present is around 36%. Sir, are the promoters likely or required to dilute their holding in the company? If so, over what period of time we will be compelled to reduce the holding of the promoters? And sir, my last appreciation is for holding of this virtual meeting. It is as a result of that at my age of 84, I am in a position to participate in this meeting. Sir, with this, my namaste to you and all the members attending this meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the blessing, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Speaker number 38, Ravi Kumar Naredi, and 39, Sudit Hegde has not joined the meeting. Hence, we will consider number 37, Hariram Chaudhary, as our last speaker member. Mr. Hariram Chaudhary, please unmute your audio and video and go ahead with your question, please. Mr. Chaudhary, please unmute your audio and video.
Now I'm unmuted. In my
Yes.
video, you also seen. So, Mr. Chairman and Vedinathanji, my name is Hariram Chaudhary. I'm speaking from my home at Santa Cruz, and I will take only 2 minutes. I will be very brief, but we'll speak something of common interest also. Mr. Chairman, first of all, my request is to open a branch at Santa Cruz East. Secondly, I've been a former member of Indian Merchant Chamber Banking and Finance Committee. Once in a year, we meet with all the chairman and managing director. I hope that in the next seminar, next Banking and Finance Committee seminar of Indian Merchant Chamber, we will meet. That is my next point. My third is that a suggestion is that have a mobile phone in the secretarial department so that connectivity will be good and we can send the messages and send the festival greetings also. Now a member of common has filed a criminal complaint under section 138 of Negotiable Instrument Act in Majgaon Court against Madhvi Sawant and Amrita Sawant. I also filed the criminal complaint under section 138 under section 138 against the same accused. This is a common interest, and therefore I would request Vedinathanji give the instruction to your company secretary to give me the number of our law department officer who is handling this matter, so that I can be in contact with him. In mutual interest, we can work together. And you can give my number to him also through Satish ji, so that he can also contact and I can also contact. I'm prepared to meet in your Bombay office if the law officer is in Bombay. And Mr. Chairman, now I suggest that next meeting be hybrid meetup. Hybrid. In High Court is a hybrid system. In my company where I'm a director, there is a hybrid system. So it is good that senior citizens and persons out of Bombay, they can also join this. And the last question is, what are the latest technology we have adopted? Have you adopted air intelligence also? Kindly let us know about that. And now I conclude by conveying my best wishes for all on progress and prosperity of the company. Thank you, Vedinathanji, Satishji. My name is Hariram Chaudhary. Satishji, I'll be waiting for your phone call. Thank you.
Thank you, Hariramji. We take your comments very nicely, and we take it as a blessings. So can I comment quickly, folks?
Yes, Mr. Vedinathan, that was the last question. I now hand it over to you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'll also request our colleague board members, Chairman Audit Committee, Chairman IT Committee, to speak to the shareholders. Or maybe I'll just go first and quickly finish the responses. First of all, let me just say that to thank all of you members who spoke today and took time to speak to all of us board members today and share your feedback from the round up. We really thank you. Many people made comments about secretarial. So Satish, thank you very much for your work wherever you are. I appreciate everybody's appreciating your work. So thank you very much. Many of you have requested you to have this meeting hybrid from now on so that they can meet us physically also. I leave that in Satish's safe hands. Now, many of you made many comments to our employees. Our employees are watching this program and they will be very encouraged to see publicly being appreciated for their work. Many of you have talked about how you interact with the branches and you found good support and good interaction. Thanks for that. One comment is made about home loan and we need to improve. I will take note of that also. Many comments are made about EAC this time than ever before. It just shows the importance and many of you gave many thoughts to us, ideas to us. Sir also spoke about CO2 and methane. We really take note of all of them. We really thank you for these. Some board shareholders asked for dry fruits and all that. So if you have a physical meeting, definitely we will try to hand them over to you. It's our privilege. Some of you did talk about so those are the key, broad comments. Now I want to come to the specific questions some of you have raised. You asked about what is the long-term plan for the bank. I'm really requesting you, all of you, to think long, very long, maybe 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. We're trying to build bank's foundation like that. My real request will be that we are, of course, conscious of this quarter, next quarter. We just keep an eye on it. But I'm telling you, we are not building the bank for the next quarter, the quarter after that. We really are building long. So if we, and when I say myself, I mean all our board, etc. I have often seen the board taking a stand that doesn't matter if it's this quarter, let's think long, what will be the impact many years from now. So I really like that. All of us think like that. I request you also to, when you're investing in our shares, I request you to think like that and keep that perspective in mind. So if an odd quarter is down or up, I request you not to bother because I told you 20-year picture and you know how the 20-year picture is looking like for India and for our bank, etc. That's what we think. Of course, you can take it 5 years at a block. In terms of guidance that we gave for the first 5 years, I'm very happy. Many of you mentioned, and I'm very happy that we are almost bang on all guidance. And by the way, within the same window, so many things happened, which frankly we are not expected. We never expected write-off 2,000 crores for Diwan housing or a landscape, etc. We never expected COVID. We never expected the kind of reversal of income force. We never expected any of these things. But the amazing thing is that despite all that hit us by order of magnitude and digitalization expenses hit all that still year 5, whatever we set together, we're almost meeting all the goals. Even this cost income ratio also, that is eventually one of the criteria, but finally it has a positive return on equity. But what we guided return on equity, that also we will meet. So nothing has changed. That the end goals, the results will not change. We may have had challenge along the way. So you should take confidence on that. Now, when some of you talked about culture, I thank you for pointing out that culture is important. We think culture is important. I personally think it is important, and therefore that is almost a bedrock. It gives sustainability to our income and earnings and longevity to our institution. Some of you talked about zero fee income, zero fee proposition and why it was done and what is the impact on the organization. And some of you asked us the benefit of the bank. Now, honestly, I can't quantify it. Numbers are growing before that, numbers are growing now also. So you can't say, in fact, oftentimes there are debates in the organization saying that even if you're charged it, customers will know. And why are we doing this? Well, honest answer is we are building the bank for the long run. We want customers to be very happy, and the benefit will show in due course. You take, people who experience us, that experience will show. And when you think of Tata Group, for example, when you think of Tata Group, I mean, the image, the feeling that you get about Tata Group, the goodwill you get, it's taken them 50, 80, 100 years to build that. So I'm not sure the benefit will come tomorrow morning, but when you wake up 10 years from now, people will be thinking really good and they will be blessing our bank. That experience will be there. So I'm requesting you to think long. We're not building the bank for tomorrow. Of course, it's also possible that customers who come through this, we will be able to sell other products to them. We can sell them maybe loans, maybe that, etc. All that we will do. So think long, and we are thinking long in that sense. And we believe goodwill will come when it comes. If it doesn't come, it doesn't come. I can't prove it to you. But we think it's a good thing. Customers will be happy. Now, the other thing is about the brand and advertisement you talked about. We believe that I told us earlier that we are kind of known in the market. I don't think like amazingly known, like not big, not like the big boss, ICICI, HDFC, SBI, etc. We're not there. But if you give this the way the progress is pretty good, what we are known for is very good. And even this brand awareness, you saw the video of the lady who said she didn't know, I never heard of IDFC, but even on a prompt basis, she didn't know, right? This is called, that's the truth. So in many, I don't claim it's across the board, but to an extent, it's there are segment of population who don't know us. But certainly after the event, at the end of 3 years, it will add a lot of stature to our brand. We will be much more well known, be known for the right thing. That will come by our act, it will not come by the brand, not come by advertising. Definitely the brand has stature because the cup will be called IDFC First Cup. Like how, once upon a time, you had the Reliance Cup, we saw the Prudential Cup, and people who saw 1984 match of India, etc. So it will be like that sort of a league. We really aspire like that. We are building the bank for a long time. Hopefully, brand will pay back in due course. Now, some of us asked us about the NTC score, new to credit score. How many customers are new to credit? Well, we take great privilege, joy from the fact that close to 10% of our customers, to answer directly, are customers are new to credit in terms of principal outstanding, right? In terms of number of customers, it's a lot more. We probably add about 1.5 million customers or more, I'm saying on a minimum, to India's ecosystem for people who have not borrowed from the Indian banking system at all, from the formal credit. And the number could be like much more. These are our quick numbers that came put together. So like more than that. Now think about it. Our bank is bringing 1.5 million people for the first time to this country for credit. And after that, they could be our customer. They could borrow from us, from SBI, wherever. It's okay. We bring them in. And this, we believe, is a unique capability. But what is even more unique is our ability to bring so many customers to credit and have asset quality so good. That's the miracle. That I can't call miracle. That's basically the strength. That's quite amazing. So we bring them, but the credit quality is still fantastic. Gross NPA less than 2, net less than 1, and credit cost not even 1.1 or currently 1.1. We guide to 1.5 at these credit parameters. So that's very, very good. You'll be surprised to know our bank has given close to 200,000 loans for toilets and these are 40,000 rupee toilets and for people who fit with sanitation, fittings that toilet. Those are typically 30,000-40,000 rupees. We are financing cows, we're financing goats, we're financing buffaloes, and they're all delinquencies fantastic. So we are very happy that we are financing segments which India has not financed before, and we're doing it at good asset quality. That you should trust us to. We'll report the numbers every quarter. Now, how much how our asset quality is expected to remain going forward? I have given a simple answer that we are tracking input parameters. Output will come every quarter. Input we're publicly disclosing. We must be one of the few banks, or probably I think the only bank, which discloses how many checks bounce, what is the collection percentage. We disclose what is an SMA. We disclose what is an NPA. So every stage we disclose and public. So if there's any problem, will come 6 months from now, 1 year from now, we'll know today because the indicators they're as public to you as they're to us. So just be assured, but I can tell you that I've personally done this for over 30 years now, and in Capital First in this bank now for 13 years. Let me just say that things are very good, and we will track our parameters. Our audit committee chair is here, risk committee chair is here. I'll request them to all speak a few words about how we manage speak in how the board is run and what kind of. Let me tell you that we would know, our management team would know first. I would know, board would know, you would know. Everybody would know ahead of advance. So that's the kind of structure run the bank. Now, in terms of NPA for the request, well, I'm telling you that our census is very good, and guidance is credit cost. Someone asked, our guidance has been 1.5% for the credit cost for as a percentage of loan book, but as percentage of assets, which is the ROA tree is concerned, it's like maybe 0.8, 0.9%. It's pretty good for our kind of business. It's been there like that for a long time. Now, so that is about asset quality. Attrition, yes, the attrition numbers, yeah, thanks for pointing out. By the way, our attrition numbers are among the lower part of the Indian private sector system. Our attrition, you saw the numbers that came from all banks. We were somewhere in the lower end of the pack, or middle of the pack, I would say, because lesser than us were State Bank of India, and I think in federal banks, some of the banks are lesser than us. But we were somewhere in the middle of the pack, but certainly not in the top. Now, why we are very sensitive to treating our employees really very well, and we think that they are really contributing to the success of the bank, like day in and day out, and we very sincerely support them. Many of them come and present to our board often, in the quarter. In every quarter, by the way, apart from the regular management presentation, regular presentations about financials, P&L, etc., some member of the management team comes and presents to the board directly. It could be on digitization, it could be on any of these initiatives. So that we appreciate that. In terms of attrition, we are working on it. Our notice is the top management, middle management, junior is quite low. It's the junior management, like junior most management, people who are 23, 24-year-old, they join from here to retail to telecom. They kind of they tend to move around. But we still will be conscious of that and try to improve upon that. And we have, in fact, rolled out certain initiatives as well for that. This year, by the way, Q1 attrition is much lesser than previous year. So hopefully we will report this year and numbers. You'll see the numbers even further coming down, and we'll probably among the better ones. What will be the effect on the on account of the merger? There will be no impact because of the merger. Merger is between IDFC Limited and the bank, and IDFC Limited hardly have any employees, so really, and the bank continues as before. It's only think of like swap of shareholdings. Now the other thing is that we also very sincerely thank IDFC Limited for being really for putting the pieces together to make the merger happen or enable the merger happen. It was a kind of a complex piece, but they worked together in selling the assets and selling the foundation and somehow bringing it together. We want to appreciate the work a lot. They put a lot of effort. Next is what is the status of merger with IDFC Bank? I told you that. No, sorry, I didn't mention that. The applications are in progress, both at RBI as well as statutory authorities. It should be in progress. Broadly things are moving on track. Then the KMP contact details are not on the website, so please backward, please take care. Next is something on business strategy. Do we see Geo as a competition? Let me just say that, let me say in the last 10 years or so, our own organization must have brought not less than 15 to 20 million customers who have been new to credit from Capital First time to today, who are new to credit or nothing to do with banking system. We brought them in. Now, does it mean someone got disrupted? I don't think so. We brought them, they become anybody's customers. And typically we brought lower ticket size customers. Now, Geo, of course, is a phenomenal institution, and they're capable of achieving great things. I wish them well. But the customers they bring in will also bring customers to the ecosystem, which will also become customers for the whole ecosystem. I think I showed you how India is underserved. It's 18% of GDP, world is 90% of GDP. So India has a long way to go. Don't worry about these things. Sorry, that's a wrong statement. I can't say don't worry about these things. You should keep an eye out. We should keep an eye out. But broadly, I would say that it expands the market, and we'll be very conscious. Now, the impact on our organization specifically, I can safely tell you that this bank is set for a long-term growth. We guide for 2020, 23, 24, but internally we feel we could go faster. Faster meaning not very fast. We want to keep the system growing, bank sheet growing by about 25%, 24, 25% for many years to come. We think it's possible. The best part is someone asked a question about credit quality. I'm just telling you straight, we have no intention to dilute credit norms. We don't need to, because we just have so much of the market coming at us. If you want more business, we have to open more locations, and you're done. We don't need to. Today, the bank gets more business than it can handle. But we are constrained only by capital because we want to grow the balance sheet only 25. We don't want to grow more than that. But business is coming like maybe 30, 35. We are curtailing business. So no need. Next is we don't want to also. So we don't need, we don't want to. So why do we don't want to? Because look at our asset quality for 10 years, always being gross NPA to less than 1. We pride on it. We'll never do anything to touch it. We cherish our reputation. We don't want to also. Next is culture in the bank. I told you that that culture in the bank, we put an effort on it. Culture, frankly, it's not about giving speeches and writing slogans. They are all meaningless things. What is really is that how do we translate it to reality? How do we really put it? How do we do things that people can demonstrate what is truly good culture? So it's being professional, it's being able to holding high standards by the leaders of the bank themselves. There are we at senior levels are conscious about conflicts of interest, and we demonstrate. For example, we tell our employees not to exchange money with each other. We tell them to be conscious in society, how to conduct themselves. We tell them how to they should all be paying their taxes, how to not get involved in an altercation with some law authorities or the police person, etc., etc. We tell them we are actually bringing up the true culture, not just work culture, how professionally, personally, how the culture can improve, so that we all become good members of society, and that reflects. So the other day I saw someone wearing a earbud, the buds, and coming to office, and I saw the person on the lift. I said, why are you wearing buds and walking through the floor like this? You might get hurt, you might, So we're just conscious of it, and we actually do that. So net, we're trying to think of culture in a very holistic way, and we will work on it. And internally, bank culture, we're trying to keep it as, trying to make it very professional. Finally, customer culture, we are very sensitive about it. If any customers, we really would be most saddened if a customer said that you have systemically messed with me or made money out of me in a wrong way. We believe that money comes from customers coming to our pockets. Shareholders are getting, we want you to get clean money. I want to get clean money in my homes. Our employees won't have clean money in the form of bonus incentives. We are very sensitive about it, I'm telling you. And therefore, we will try to build the bank in that culture. Now, yield on advances and credit cost kind of stuff, I kind of told you. That bank is heading very well towards return on equity targets. Moving ahead in the long run, I'm very bullish on a bank, let me tell you. Very bullish. Not because of not bullish, not to stock price, that all of you can think to yourself. I'm bullish in terms of prospects for our bank. Because I believe that beyond, once the initial phase when all the loss-making business start becoming profitable, this bank will keep growing because it's self-sustaining model, and it will be very profitable. Trust me, watch the numbers next 3 years. Don't bother with quarter on quarter, etc. They'll happen. Think of year on year on year. Will not disappoint you. So that's that. Next is fee income. Somebody asked for breakup. Fee income was 4,142 crores FY23. Last year it grew by 54% during FY22. 33% is loan processing, 15% is credit cards, and toll 11% is trade. Third-party distribution is 11%. Trading gains is not very much last year. We don't count on it anyway. In the sense, we don't count on it. It's not part in a budget and all that. Zero fee banking, I told you I can't show the benefit part for that. It will be what will be. The next thing is payment to brand ambassador. It's confidential, unfortunately. Some people made some comments about the value add. Some said positive, some said negative. We take all of that in good spirit. We'll introspect on that. Then the thing in BCCI, I described to you why it is important and why we thought it was a good call, because I believe the brand has to gather some stature. And by the way, let me just tell you that the banks like ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, they're not built in a day. They all have spent their 20-25 years at the pitch, plowing their way into the role and plowing their way into people's hearts. There's no shortcut. We need to walk the path. We need to build the brand. And the payback for brand, is all I can say is will be phenomenal. Payback for brand, for example, our bank doesn't pay very much interest rate. They pay 4% of the 10 lakhs, not like a great amount. But customers of the bank are growing 40%. How? So there is some payback and some goodwill in a brand. And I request us to appreciate, be patient with us while we build this out. Next is capital raise, 3,000 crores next 1 year. Yes, we're planning to raise it probably sooner than later of the year. But we will raise the capital. But I can just tell you it is going all for growth because we find really good opportunities. And I can tell you shareholders will come in even now and watch the story unfold in the next 3 or 4 years. Let me just hope that they'll all be possibly surprised. We believe the bank is coming well. A dividend, many people raise some comment on dividend. We as a board will introspect on the dividend policy. Until last year we were not eligible because we had accumulated losses. But now we're posting handsome profits. Like I said, we expect profits to increase. So sooner than later, we expect all that to get wiped out. We'll be eligible for dividend. Maybe somebody can fill me in whether it'll be eligible next year or not. But that's one thing I will do.
Yeah, so we have also moved a proposal to NCLT to set off this accumulated losses with securities premium, and which will remove this hurdle why we are not able to pay dividend.
Understood. So, but you feel that it will become eligible by next year or something?
Yeah, in a year or two, we should become eligible.
So it comes through and it comes through. Thanks. So there you are. So it comes through, but my apologies, guys. Sorry to, maybe it's a year or two. We become eligible, but frankly, you can think. I think the mold evolved analysts really understand whether giving dividends is a really good shareholder value, because the bank is underlying core generating solid return on equity. Are you better off the bank and raising return equity? But I leave that to you. Maybe I'll board will discuss that. Now, but we take note of the comment. And the need for change in article association is a regulated requirement wherein debenture trustees are granted powers to nominate directors in the probable event of listed companies. So let me leave it at that. It's not capital after merger and shares. Okay, thanks. This is an important question. So, today the number of shares at 662 crore shares of the bank. Post the merger, 16 crore shares will be cancelled, and the bank will have 646 crore shares. Other things remaining equal. Now, outlook for the next for the credit card business next 5 years and market share. I have to be honest with you, we are not tracking the bank by market shares. I showed you a market share like 0.8%. 0.8 between 0.9 and 0.1%, 1.2. I don't track it. It's not that material. We have to build a business which customers love, customers respect, and customers appreciate, and something that makes reasonable return on equity and returns to the bank. I mean, for our size and scale, we don't have to talk about market share. We're not looking at that so much. Now, bank has 900 crores. And we issued 1.7 million cards. Madhivan and the gentleman who also runs the business will speak after me. Maybe he can talk about the initiatives he's taking, and he will talk about that. He's the director of the bank. Next is lower the minimum balance requirement. Well, for rural locations, we kept it at 5,000. Urban, some requested you to reduce it. We'll introspect on it, but frankly, we feel 10,000 is the kind number we want to keep. We have no plans to actually reduce it from there. There's a certain cost of running a bank operation like this. It will help if you can kind of help and move up the number that you're talking about and come to 10 and open account with the bank. Now, some of you expressed interest to open bank accounts with us and open credit card with us, etc. And many of you said you heard good things about our bank from outside. Now you want to open it. Thank you very much for that feeling you have for us. Next is plan for the bank next 5 years. I told you talk about it, but frankly, even if you grow at the rate we're talking about, you can do the maths for yourself. If 1.6 lakh was a loan book, even if you grow 23, 24 and grow it for 3 years, I leave it. You can do the maths. Where that will head. Whether deposits grow faster than stuff, whether deposits can be kept. Frankly, I'm in the presentation to you. We believe deposits will grow faster than loans, even at the current rate that we're offering to the market, because the proposition overall is good. So that's that. CASA ratio. You said a lot of comments about CASA ratio, etc. I request you to, in the interest of time, to skip from these questions because, in the interest of time, skip from the questions because we answered these questions, CASA ratio and all. Let me just tell you, it's all looking very good. We are feeling very happy the way bank is coming about. A lot of areas for us to improve also, which we will work upon. Our board members are here. I really request that the chairman, audit committee, IT committee, the NRC, everybody just please like to have a few words with the shareholders so we can say a few words with the nice.
Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. I think we have addressed most of the queries in a fair amount of detail. It has been a long day for the shareholders, so you've been very patient all through the day, and I'm grateful for that. Before I conclude the AGM of the bank, please note that the business items as set out in the notice dated July 29, 2023, convening this AGM, are taken up for approval of the members of the bank. I reiterate that the window for voting at this meeting by the members will be available for the meeting. I request the members who have not voted before the voting window is closed. Thank you. The board of the bank has appointed Mr. B. Narasimhan, practicing company secretary, as a scrutinizer to supervise the voting process. I authorize Mr. Satish Gaikwad, company secretary of the bank, to receive and declare voting results. The result of the e-voting, along with the scrutinizer's report, will be declared within 2 working days of the AGM and would be communicated to the stock exchanges and also published on the website of the bank and NSDL. I take this opportunity to thank all our board members for their constant support. On behalf of the board, I would like to appreciate the management and all our employees for their efforts in building a strong foundation for the future. Our employees are key partners in achieving the ambitious growth vision of your bank. They have displayed exemplary commitment, a spirit of innovation, and perseverance in the face of adversity during the last year. Our sincere thanks to all of them for their passion and loyalty in building this great institution. We are also very fortunate to have a world-class and enlightened regulator and would like to thank them for their guidance and constant support to your bank. We would also like to thank all our customers who are the reason we are in business. Their support and loyalty are our most valuable assets as we drive towards our ambitious vision for the future. Lastly, I would like to request our shareholders, our directors, if they have any comments, as Mr. Vaidyanathan said, to say a few words in terms of if any comments they've heard they have heard Mr. Vaidyanathan's presentation, they have their own perspective. So may I go in the order in which I introduced them? Mr. Ashish Kamath, who's the chairman of our audit committee of the bank. If you would like to, Ashish, say a few words.
Certainly. Thank you, Sanjeev. I hope I'm audible to everybody.
Yes, you are.
I'd just like to, first of all, thank all the shareholders for placing the faith in us as a board, but even as a bank. And without their kindness and their faith in us, we wouldn't be here today. Obviously, from our perspective as a board, we are very focused on delivering sustainable, profitable returns over the long term. And the key here is we need to do that in a controlled manner. And we as a board are very focused on that. I know the chairman spoke about ESG. I'll just talk about the G part of it, which is governance. The board looks at that as a priority in everything they do. We and within the bank are very focused on kind of the 3 lines of defense. We speak about it quite broadly in our annual report as well. And if you haven't read it, you should, where each line of defense be whether the business, the second line of defense, compliance, risk management, and third line of defense, internal audit, are all held accountable. And they all help us manage this business. So in closing, I'd just like to say, once again, thank you very much. Obviously, I also like to thank our erstwhile regulator for all the guidance that they give us throughout the year, and also very focused on what they want us to do, which is risk, compliance, and internal audit, making sure all those 3 pillars of control are very well ensconced in everything we do at the bank. So thank you again.
Thank you, Ashish. May I request Mr. Ganesh Kumar, Independent Director and Chairman of the Risk Management Committee, to say a few words, please. Ganesh.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Esteemed shareholders and other participants of today's meeting. I know there are a lot of questions which will be asked and a lot of guidance which people would like to get. From a board perspective, continuing on what Mr. Ashish Kamath just said, one of the important things that the board does, and all of us are part of it, is that we take governance very, very seriously. We do that. And as chairman of the risk management committee, this is one of those tasks which is perhaps something which is unenviable. To a large extent, the banking is the business of managing risks, and day in and day out, the risk management is what the entire team is doing. Team is doing that as a young bank, as a bank which has a high future. Everything is being done. So as a committee, as a risk management committee, we take care of all the possible risks which are there, all probable risks which can be foreseen in the future. So as shareholders, rest assured that everything is taken care of. We are there to take care. And at the same time, the bank is also, the management as well as the people who run the bank are also free to attract the board. They come, feedback is taken. So just 2 points I wanted to say, because the risk management committee starts with the regulator. A lot of people have spoken about that, has been very, very finicky about compliance. So that is something which is taken very seriously. Risk management also tries to see that regulatory compliance is taken care of. 2, Another R is all the risks which I spoke about is taken care of. 3 is that the bank is young. It attracts a lot of young talent. It also attracts a lot of young customers, which is what is going to be the growth phase of India. We are a young bank. The young bank has to grow. Fortunately for us, tailwinds are very good in the economy. Things are good. So some of the measures that we take now when things are good are those which will help us in the long run. So the board plus the shareholders, really everybody needs to be in the journey together. And I'm sure with this, we will have a great long-term based successful bank in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I request Pravir Bora, Independent Director and Chairman of the IT Strategy Committee and Fraud Monitoring Committee, please. Pravir, to say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman. Really very little left to add after Ashish and Ganeshi. But thank you, shareholders, for reposing your faith in the bank. This is clearly a very different bank. I've been a career banker, about God knows how many decades of experience. But clearly the focus on the customer for doing what is the right thing, for simplicity, for digitization, for looking at what the millennial customers are going to be looking for. So I completely echo what Mr. Vaidyanathan said. In everything, we are really looking at not this quarter or the next quarter, and they are important, but we are really looking at what's in the future, and even some of the things that colleagues in technology discuss are really futures. Where can we use generative AI? Where can we use cognitive AI? And some of those things you will experience, but it's been it's I think quite a wonderful bank, a lot of importance on governance, a very cohesive board. I must say that all my colleagues on the board, we may have different points of view, but the end goal is the same. We are really pulling in the same direction. So thank you for reposing faith in the institution, management, and the board. And I can only assure you we will try our very best not to let you down. Thank you.
Thank you, Pravir. Dr. Brinda Javadar, Independent Director and Chairperson of the Stakeholders Relationship ESG and Customer Service Committee. Brinda, a few words from you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. From the Chairman's speech, the MD's presentation, the bank's annual report, and also the comments by several speaker shareholders, what comes across is the bank's commitment to customer first. And this is seen from the various customer service initiatives and the products that have been brought up for the customer. Another thing I would like to say is the bank's digital capability is also helping it to access customers in remote areas and to access more and more customers, particularly from remote areas. And the customers can also, I think one of the shareholder speakers mentioned that we should have more branches in the rural areas. But I think through our digital capability and digital platform, we can help them to access bank, because this is anytime, anywhere banking. And finally, I would like to say that another feature that stands out is ethical banking and sustainable growth. We are doing all this in a very ethical manner with a strong focus on governance and while contributing to society through our CSR and ESG activities. So I think we're on the road to building a great bank, and I'm sure together we can all do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhuvan. Mr. Hemam Raja, Independent Director and Chairman of the NRC Credit Committee and the Capital Raise and Corporate Restructuring Committee. Hemam, if you can kindly say a few words.
Good evening, all the shareholders. I'll take a very little time since everything has been mentioned that I wanted to. But however, some very important point which I'd like to convey that's coming straight from my heart is that I have been part of Capital First Board as well as the IDFC First Bank Board. The premise on which both the organizations started was very, very difficult beginning and very, very successful progress. Capital First, after progressing so much, got merged into IDFC First Bank, and the bank itself went through such a difficult period which all of us are aware of. And you shareholders are most aware of it. In spite of that, the bank has turned around as doing extremely well. And if you see it, the main premise, as Brinda mentioned, is the customer delight. And one conversation which I had with MD and CEO during our one of interaction, and I said it's not a quantum of profit you make, it's a quality of profit you make. And that is why the customers first and keep them delightfully happy and make us progress of this bank and make it a successful bank is the most important objective which board company management and staff, everybody is concentrating on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hemant. Mr. Vishal Mahadevia, non-executive, non-independent director of the bank. You are aware of a lot of the history of the bank and the Capital First, so appreciate your comments.
Thank you, Sanjeev. A lot has already been said, so I won't belabor it a lot more, but I think just two things I would really like to congratulate the management team and every employee at the bank for the fantastic set of results that's been delivered this year, and all. Also thank all my fellow board members for all the hard work that's been put in. But I would also really like to thank all the shareholders, the depositors, the customers of the bank, and every employee, because as Hemang mentioned, the bank has been through some tough times in the past few years. And the sacrifices and the patience that everyone has shown, I think, has really played a key part in helping the bank get to where it is today. And I'm sure there's a very bright future ahead. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Mr. Madhivanan Balakrishnan, Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of the bank, if you can kindly say a few words. And since you also directly run the credit card business, as Mr. Vaidyanathan said, if you can throw some light and some comments to the questions.
You might have missed out Emin.
That's coming after this, immediately after this.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Thank you, Chairman, sir, for this opportunity. Good evening, shareholders. It is indeed a privilege to address you as a part of the board, and would like to thank you for the interactions. I think it has been a very enlightening experience of trying to look at how you look at a company and what expectations out of it. I'd also like to express my thanks to all the board members for their constant guidance, continuously keeping us on the path of the right governance, keeping the railroads along so that we don't lose track of the focus that we are going on. My personal thanks again to all my colleagues and my employee friends. Like Mr. Vishal Mahadevia said, the last 4 years, from the time I've been a part of this organization, it has been an extremely adventuresome ride, whether it be COVID, whether it be the various kinds of ups and downs that we've gone through. I think through this entire journey, the grit and the determination that each one of us has showed in a very collaborative way as we have been building new businesses, etc., has been a fantastic learning. And I am very, very confident that this journey will continue. And like some of both the chairman, managing director, and some of the directors spoke about, I think we are on a very fantastic period of growth. The Indian economy is doing fantastically well. We have brought great tailwinds. And it is in this aspect that the organization, both in terms of its operating capabilities and the various kinds of other capabilities that are created, will continue to build on them, whether it be data. I mean, data is becoming an extremely dramatic asset, not just in what we are trying to create, but some of the digital public goods that is coming in place, whether it be the account aggregator, whether it be UPI and whatnot. So I think each one of these, between the technology team, operations team, business teams, the data team, we are all putting in place very strong platforms so that we can take advantage of each and every opportunity that the Indian economy is throwing at us. Coming to the cards business, I think it's something which we started off around 4 years back. And I just wanted to tell that your bank has been extremely successful in actually building this business in a very different kind of an operating model. We do not use the traditional method of digital sales agents or direct sales agents. Our entire origination is either through the existing channels of the bank, our own employees, our own digital mechanisms, and a big chunk of a business comes from people who already have other relationships within the bank. So it helps us to ensure that our risk metrics are well managed. At the same time, like some of you pointed out, we have been able to give really very good products, right from our, which are targeted at different segments. The latest one is the product that we launched around a month back, and it has been taking fantastic uptake. I also heard one of the shareholders talk about why is it that we do not link our UPI product with the credit cards. I'm extremely happy to tell you that we are one of the early banks which has enabled the UPI on credit on the RuPay platform. So we issue all the three, Visa cards, MasterCards, and RuPay, and we're very proud to do all of them. And as we keep building this portfolio in a very safe, steady, calibrated manner, we are pretty confident of getting the best things in place. And finally, I would like to also put on record my thanks to the regulator. We work very closely with them, whether it be the seaside, whether it be some of the areas of the inspections, and we are constantly putting our best foot forwards to make the platform as stronger as we can, so that as we walk along this path in the long run, we'll be able to do our best. Thank you once again for the time and continue to have the faith in the organization.
Thank you, Bandi. May I request Mr. Mahendra Shah, Non-Executive, Non-Independent Director, to please say a few words.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. This is my second day. I joined the board yesterday, but I am associated with the bank from day one when it was set up in 2014. And in all capacities, I am convinced that about the business model, about the ethics and the governance standard which the bank is following, I am fully convinced. So I have no doubt about the success of this in long term. And I am thankful to all the colleague board members and our employees for the performance from time to time. I'll keep on contributing wherever possible to the best of my ability. Thank you all.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you. Madhi, can I request you to give a formal vote of thanks so that before we wrap up the meeting? I know you have already thanked many stakeholders, but you can just do a formal vote of thanks and then we wrap up.
I'll do that very quickly, sir. So first and foremost, a very heartfelt thanks to each and every shareholder who took out the time to participate, give us your suggestions, ask us your questions so that we're able to sort of make our approach, a strategy, etc. very clear. Sincere thanks once again to the board for the continuous enlightenment and showing us the direction in the right path. Employees for standing together to be thick and thin and building the strong foundations of the bank, and we will continue to do so. Our customers, because without whom we will not be able to have this opportunity of building a strong franchise and organization. And finally, to the regulator for continuously supporting us and guiding us as we walk in this path. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Satish, can I hand over to you now for the final wrap up?
Correct. So with this, we are concluding this AGM. Thank you all shareholders. Operator, you may officially close this meeting and announce about this 30-minute participation by vote. Right.
Thank you, sir. Dear members, as instructed by the scrutinizer, we request all the members participating in this AGM and who have not yet cast their vote to do so in the next 30 minutes. Thank you. Dear members, as advised by the scrutinizer, the time for e-voting has elapsed. Please note that all the members who are participating in this annual general meeting have been given adequate time and opportunity to vote during the AGM. This concludes the AGM proceedings. Thank you all for participating in the AGM and e-voting.